Oh, there's Matt. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Mattle Monday with Miniature Matthew.
Meth motes. Is that anything?
It could be, I guess. So Matt, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. The willpower it's taking me, pun intended, not to just show you the latest fucking episode is incredibly high. Because, a while back, we did a thing where I showed you, you know, my top 20 episodes.
Right.
That has, changed quite a bit since the, Kickstarter era, as it were.
Right.
I need to find the right one. Yeah, here it is. This is my current list. And
It's
for the
real
record,
good
this is ordered now.
Oh, it's a really, really good one.
It's,
One of the best.
without a doubt, it's my favorite of the Kickstarter era.
Very excited to see it.
Yeah, not everyone may, like, have the same enjoyment I do, because I am pretty attached to both Simone the Digger and Kyle Rayner as characters. I'm trying my best not to go into direct spoilers, because there's a shit ton about that episode I could gush about a lot.
Yeah, I thought I knew how it might go until I learned that Gurren Lagann has books, and any franchise that has books ceases to mean anything in my brain.
There's
If I have not read them. Like, anything could happen in extended novels. Anything.
yeah, Gurren Lagann has a shit ton of side material, if you're unaware.
I was unaware. I thought it was gonna be a Rayner sweep, but now I just have no idea. You could do anything in like one page of one book that totally lopsides a matchup. So I have no idea.
Yeah,
Looking forward to it on Saturday.
that's Cell Saturday, yeah.
So that's on Saturday.
Which, related to that, I don't know if you saw the message in there. Were you okay with pushing it back an hour for Sonia's sake?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay. But yeah, season 9. Season 9 was, the one of the big things about it was they were trying to bring newer franchises and newer media that haven't been on the show before into the show. So with that in mind, let's watch a DC character.
DC stands for direct current. I know that.
That being said, you were a former League player, so you should know about this character.
Oh. League of Legends.
We got League of Legends.
I feel like these are two relatively, like, normal guy with funny weapons characters. But Harley Quinn exists in a comic book, which means she gets to win for free with no contention, even a little. That's my guess.
Alright, well, let's see.
And they say these games are rigged. What? Screw you, you emo pigeons! I'll show you a murder! Oh, I just love exploding stuff. Ha! I like exploding stuff too. Why don't I start with your head? Stay still!
Wow, rude. right behind you.
Aw, thanks, pal. Ah, traitor! You're a real firecracker. Got a light? Oh, sure thing. Stop horsing around! Oh, nuts. Neat gizmo. Got any games? No! My save file!
Yeah, the fact
Subway
that the
Surfers. Do you have Subway Surfers on your iPhone?
the fact that she like could have taken the dynamite out at any point is a very funny bit.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Sorry, Soldier Doodad. To make up for it, I got you some nice perfume.
Ugh, smells like...
Arcane mentioned.
I mean, yeah, this was like very close after Arcane came out.
I am a doctor, and you ain't crazy. You don't have that same smile! I don't need a second opinion.
Done.
Wait! Don't you want to get in close and savor my emotions as you deliver the final kill? Nah. Bye.
That was a reference, by the way.
Comic book Lost.
Yeah. Notably, this was the first time a DC character ever lost to a non-Marvel character.
Yeah, that's what I was going off of. I guess it's true what they say. A large gun is more powerful than a wooden hammer.
I don't
People are
think they
telling me
say
this
that,
all
but
the
you know
time.
what? You're right. But, yeah, I'm not, like, super high up on this episode, but I think it's fun enough. There's a number of good moments, like them chasing each other on the Ferris wheel, or not the Ferris wheel, the carousel, and then it panning out to just show them slowly chasing after each other.
Yeah, that was a good bit. I think this was like a very well constructed episode with good bits that I am maybe not the target audience for,
Mm-hmm.
but like I think this is really up there in terms of quality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely one of the better premieres, especially since for a while there, Death Battle had kind of a running, not so much an intentional running thing, but like most of the premieres of Death Battle seasons were really mid to bad. It was weird.
Yeah, this is certainly not a bad one. I mean, it visually looked very good. They nailed a lot of the effects they were going for. I think if
pointing
anything,
it
it
there
kind of
temporarily.
suffers from the same like thing that Shadow v Ryuko did, which is like you really want one of this type of character to be on screen at any given point, because like you kind of need a straight man for a lot of these bits to land as hard as they could.
Mm-hmm.
And because like neither of them is really that sort of character, there's a lot of like well constructed bits that don't quite nail the delivery as much as they could have, I think. That
Yeah.
being said, that's like, that's the mercy of the matchup.
I was gonna
There's
say,
no
that's,
really getting around that.
that's kind of just the thing where, like, when you're creating a matchup between characters with similarities, yeah, sometimes they're going to be extremely similar. You know, the Zuko Todoroki, he's just like me.
Yeah. And sometimes that works, and sometimes, like, there are character archetypes that really want to foil to be, like, as entertaining as they can be. And I think, like, this and, like, edgelords and, like, smartest guy in the room are kind of some examples of ones where when you put two of them in and they're your only characters, they don't really get to do what they're intending to. But, like, I think that's a minor... I think that's, like, a lesser criticism of... They didn't really have a choice, so I don't really hold that against them too much.
Yeah,
It's just,
yeah,
like,
it's kind of
that's
similar.
what this was always going to be.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to, like, it's not the same, obviously, but it's a similar criticism to, like, Magneto versus Tetsuo, where the choreography was just them throwing shit at each other, because that's what they do.
Yeah. I think, like, divorcing that criticism from the rest of it, like, it did look very good, and they did... I think it was written about as well as it could be, considering the circumstances. I would say that I think, like, looking broadly and understanding that this will hit very hard for a particular type of person that is looking for this, I would actually probably put this qualitatively in an A, even if it's like a B for me personally.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
I think most of my criticisms are stuff that they just had to put up with as part of the matchup. Like, there's no avoiding it. And given that that's kind of a limitation they had, it's pretty impressive what they made out of this matchup. So I say A.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, like I said, I'm not like... It's not in my top 20, but, like, it's a good enough episode. Anyway, remember how I said that this was a season about bringing new franchises? Anyway, let's watch a Marvel versus DC episode.
Oh, boy! I don't know what Zatanna does, but I know what Scarlet Witch does, so I think it's Scarlet Witch. That's my review. Like, I've seen that character do things.
Yeah, Zatanna is like, wizard in the same vein as Scarlet Witch is, but, like, her whole thing is she is a stage magician.
Yeah, and Scarlet Witch ends up being, like, an ancient old one in terms of the things she does a lot of the time, depending on who a writer is. So I'm saying Scarlet Witch. Like,
well, we will see.
Maybe I'll get DC. Maybe DC is cooking something.
Thank you. And for my first trick...
There's just no way of knowing with a comic book character you're not familiar with. They could do literally anything.
That's very true, yeah.
2-bit? Perhaps I was being generous. All part of the show, folks.
Oh, there's a thing about that Black attack. I'll bring it up afterwards.
Huh? I'd say this calls for an Avenger.
That's a pretty good summon, I think. The Golden Age Superman? Like, that's pretty good.
difference between you and I?
Well, I think the difference is presentation. And I know a trick when I see one.
Anyway, rip the bitrate for a second.
Universes.
You can't run forever. Now make like a
Everyone's guaranteed to be on the show, eventually. It is, in fact, Gru, yes.
A disappearing act was the first thing Dad ever taught me. And for my final trick, no more witches. And that's our show.
DC does it again!
Anyway, yeah, that sure was one of the episodes of all time.
That sure was.
It definitely exists! It exists as an episode.
I think I'm not the hugest fan of some of the presentation of this one.
The bloom on the sprites was a bit much.
And it did, like... It did a decent amount of that thing I always complain about, where they, like, rotate a camera around 2D sprites in a 3D background. Which I never love, but putting that aside, I think the pacing of it just was really all over the place.
100%, yes. The fact
Like,
that, like, a good 40 seconds of the fight is dedicated to them summoning the Justice League and the Avengers feels so stupid.
A huge chunk of the fight where neither character exists on screen is like... It's an interesting decision for sure.
I will say this. Matt, cover your ears for a second. Because this is for chat. Kyle versus Seabone does something kind of similar in a way better fucking fashion. Anyway,
I'm really gonna... I have, like, no context for when I should stop doing this.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. Someone tell Matt if he's looking at chat to uncover his ears. In hindsight, I didn't really think this through.
Is this good? Can I listen again? Can I say words? Oh, okay. So.
Yeah, in hindsight, I didn't really think that through.
I figured whatever you were saying was probably a not that long spoiler for whatever happens later in the week. But that being said, there's also like weird escalation and de-escalation of scale that kept happening. Like, we went from like rabbits to golden era Superman to like magic spells to throwing universes to back down to like put them in a box. Like,
yeah,
it really jumped all over the place.
My main issue is that for these characters who can do basically anything with their magic, it's all very boring.
Yeah, like even when they're doing like universal scale stuff, they're like stage juggling and throwing a basketball. It just, I don't know, it doesn't hit. I feel like there's so much potential for Wizards, and it was kind of just not a lot of cool Wizard stuff.
Yeah, that's really the kind of core of it, is for characters that, again, characters that use magic, they are very quick to just do the most basic shit imaginable. And there's an episode a while back in season 6, I think, which is Doctor Strange versus Doctor Fate. You want to know what they majority do in that episode?
Punch each other?
Yes.
I think you've told me about this one before.
Probably, but it is very emblematic of these characters that are very incredibly powerful, and they just do the bare minimum at best, and sometimes not even that. It's a problem with kind of a lot of cosmic episodes of Death Battle. There's some exceptions. Discord versus Bill Cipher doesn't do that at all.
I think, like, in a weird way, Popeye versus Saitama was a better wizard fight than this was.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd agree.
And I think that, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just have higher standards for, like, wizards doing things. I would put this one maybe as, like, a C. I think it's kind of weak.
Yeah,
For,
no, I
like,
totally
what
agree.
it's trying to be. And, like, even past that, just the the other stuff, like the weird kind of escalation and de-escalation that's constantly happening in a kind of unsatisfying way. Rotate camera around 2D sprite. Two wizards, instead of casting spells, having other characters fight for 30 seconds. Just a bit of a mess of an episode.
Yeah,
but like it's not bad enough to be like a D or an F. It's just,
yeah, it is. That's kind of what I mean when I was saying that, like, at season 8 is when Death Battle really started getting consistent in its quality. Like, Scarlet Witch vs. Zatanna is a very mid episode. It's not even close to the scale of, like, some of the worst episodes this show has seen. It's only really, like, if we were judging solely off of, like, well, even then, I wouldn't say even then, like, I was gonna say scaling solely off the, like, quality of all the other episodes we've seen, like, bringing that curve in a way, it might be an F, but, like, it's like, it's fine.
It feels like a C today. Today it feels like a C.
Yeah. You have seen Tanjiro versus Jonathan.
Right.
So I will ask, as always, do you want to actually watch it, or do you remember enough about it to give...
I think the big thing I remember is they were just, like, fundamentally wrong about how the ripple worked in it.
I don't remember that. It was mostly the ending being very badly written.
That was I remember both things being... I for some reason in my brain, there's, like, one... I don't remember what part it was, but I remember at some point thinking, like, oh, that's just, like, not how the ripple works. That's just, like, wrong. And, like, they were super out of character, too. I would also put that one as a C, honestly. I don't remember it very fondly in any capacity.
Oh, I don't like this episode at all, despite that being, like, weirdly against the norm, but...
Again, it was one that wasn't, like... It might even be a D, honestly. Like, the characters weren't written very good, either.
They were not, no. And to an
I would actually say it's a D. I would say if
totally
the one we just watched is a C, one that has, like, just a bunch of stuff that is, like, legitimately wrong, like, objectively incorrect, both about, like, the systems and who the characters are, I think that's bad enough to
I
make it lose one.
I think to an extent, like, you're always going to have hero characters sort of out of character for the fights to work to begin with.
Yeah, but this was really bad.
Yeah.
This one was like really far gone as far as Jonathan was involved, but I remember Tanjiro being like,
even Tanjiro.
There's not a lot going on with that character anyway.
Anyway, Vegeta versus Thor.
I think I already know that Vegeta loses because people are really mad that he like never wins ever.
I wouldn't say people are mad. It is a running joke.
But like because of that, I think like I am aware that he loses because you told me at one point when we were watching like an episode later than this, like Vegeta has never won or something.
I think I said during Bardock only one Saiyan has ever won a death battle. Which isn't technically true because Vegeta did win Shadow versus Vegeta all the way back in season 1. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember like by process of elimination, I can know that Vegeta loses this. That's kind of where I'm at.
I mean, also it's fucking...
It's Thor.
Like, Thor's it's one of the most powerful characters in Marvel.
Like, even if it wasn't, I know that Vegeta's going to lose territory, I would probably still say Thor anyway.
Oh there, mighty warrior. What business havest thou upon earth?
Throw that hammer at me again, and my business will be polishing my gloves upon your face!
It's a pretty good Vegeta.
It's a Lenny from Dragon Ball Bridge.
Oh, so they're practice.
Oh, yeah.
Damnable cur! Thou fightst well for a mortal. Alas, you face a god.
I can get into that a little bit, Blackjack Tack.
Beyond gods.
Afterwards, because it'll take a little bit.
That's Vegeta's jumping light kick for fighting. I know that, right? I played Vegeta. His jumping jab is actually crazy. It's so good. I wish Dragon Ball FighterZ was still a fighting game.
Tell me, does a god such as yourself feel fear?
Racing 3D models. Animation.
No fear, only fire.
The more I watch Death Battle, the more I understand that, like, if a character has ever been in a fighting game even once, they'll, like, pull that.
I mean, okay, to be fair, with Dragon Ball FighterZ, all of the moves are directly fucking lifted from manga panels.
True. Thor is doing like, some of the dashes are, like, the same animation as Marvel 3.
Oh,
you
sure.
know, done as a sprite. Anyway. Time for Vegeta to get rocked.
Always aim for the head.
Final Flash never works, it's true.
called Final Flash because he always fucking loses right after doing it.
That being said, it did have one of the fucking best vocal performances of shouting Final Flash.
Yeah, I thought this one was good.
Yeah, I like this
liked
one a lot.
this one.
I think the beginning is really rough, but once it gets into the like canyon, it starts picking up a lot. Yeah, so for Blackjack Attack, the kind of core conceit of this matchup is like arrogant princes who came to Earth and learned to become more in line with become more good. That's kind of the core conceit of this. Anyway, yeah, most Dragon Ball fights mostly boil down to kind of just the characters being flying bricks, but this was still a pretty good flying brick fight. It's kind of just the long and short of it.
I mean, they did the moves that I like from their iconic performances in media.
They did the things.
There's like, how do I want to phrase this? Because like the initial way I want to phrase this is not. It like sounds worse than I actually mean, but I don't have the right words.
Mm-hmm.
Like, with the understanding that I mean this much less harshly than it's going to come off. I feel there's like two different types of death battles overall. There's like the ones where they decide to do something interesting with it, and they're the ones where they are like one of these ones, you know, where it's just like, here are the moves these characters do, and they're gonna fucking do them.
Yeah,
and
for
like,
sure.
I think there's a time and place for both types.
Yeah,
I think like usually for me, I tend to gravitate more towards the ones where they like do something weird with it.
Oh yeah, no, same.
But like this is a very good example of one of like the usual suspects type episodes. Like,
yeah,
I think this is it's an entertaining matchup. Like Vegeta versus Thor is fun. I think it's a fun two characters to be hitting each other.
Yeah, and like to a certain extent, you know, there is only so much you can kind of do with certain characters in terms of both storytelling and their power sets. Like, let's be real here, Dragon Ball isn't exactly a deep story.
Yeah, it's pretty like prototypical of the problem is there's too many things that have come out since Dragon Ball at this point that just are Dragon Ball, but they add something more interesting on top of it. And that's just the nature of media and the evolution of artistic work. But at this point, in 2025, it sure is still Dragon Ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's like it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just how it works.
Yeah, I like DBZ. It's just, I think to a certain point, like, I feel like Super, for example, is like, it's still just DBZ, but it kind of like gets like a pass for like, I think if Super, for example, was any other franchise with a different name that wasn't DBZ, people would call it very mid. But because it has Goku in it, it gets to be like a tier higher in everyone's anime list than it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
This is my hot take about DBZ. It's still DBZ. That being said, I put this one at like B. It's good.
Totally understandable. Now, I did have this, like, when the season was properly happening, I did have this, like, really high up on my season tier list, but when, like, kind of just the more I watched it, and, whoops, didn't mean to put there, the more I watched it, and, I mean, in general, just the more episodes came out, it started falling down a bit.
Yeah, I think I've been spoiled by like
of
my first introduction to death battles as a whole is just it was just all of the best ones.
Yeah, for sure. And here's the one that consistently narrowly avoids being on my top 20.
Okay.
Yeah, give your in-depth thoughts who wins this, Matt.
God, I don't even fucking know. The truth is, I haven't watched or read any of Invincible or The Boys. I know literally nothing about these characters outside of general cultural osmosis that, like, Homelander is, like, the audience of The Boys so misunderstood him, they had to make him gradually more cartoonishly evil, and now he's super Hitler. And, like, Omni-Man...
Which is funny, because that's still more nuanced than he was in the original comic! So
like, Omni-Man is, like, bad Superman. Like, Superman who's an asshole about it.
Yeah, I mean, I will...
kind of, like...
I will give credit to Invincible. Omni-Man is a lot more different than just Superman, but evil. There's a reason why his matchup when he came back was against Bardock.
Yeah, like, he's not Superman, but evil. Like, I think my revised statement of Superman, but an asshole about it is more what I've come to understand about him, which is that, like, he's just kind of like a foil of what if like a Superman-style superhero was just, like, really callous and pragmatic about it, taken to a very sharp degree.
Yeah, and it's also like he does get a flat-out redemption arc in the comics and in the show, but...
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Homelander...
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Homelander is... I mean, he wasn't this in the original comics, but in the actual show, Homelander is much more a critique on modern celebrity culture and modern politics than he is an actual critique on superheroes. For the record, the Boys show is actually pretty good.
That's what I understand.
By virtue of them changing a fuck ton from the comics, because the comics were bad.
That's also what I've heard.
But, no, Omni-Man, completely obliterates Homelander for the record.
Oh yeah, that's what I expect.
It's like, not even close.
They're just like, The Boys is like a somewhat more grounded superhero type. At least the show, from what I understand, it's a little more grounded than a lot of superhero stuff because, like, it kind of has to be, because they're trying to directly compare it to, like, real world stuff, and if you're doing that, your superheroes, like, can't be an Omni-Man, because it gets so far removed that people just, like, can't take it seriously at all. So to do the things that they would want to do in the show, despite having not seen it, I've, like, heard about it, right? Like,
cultural osmosis, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, to make the show they would want to make, for what I understand The Boys is, the superheroes just cannot be on the same level as a character like Omni-Man can. So, like, I'm not surprised to hear it's a wash.
Death battle!
Also, like, if Omni-Man gets a redemption arc, this is like a good guy versus a neo-Nazi, so they're gonna make it a wash even more than
neighbor.
that.
Coco? It's warm. You know, Nolan, Homelander is more than just a superhero. It might be cynical to say this, but he's a brand. And it's very important to me that that brand means something. And if I'm playing second fiddle to some goddamn alien, what's really the point, right? What do you think, Debbie? Aw, she's shy. So, do we have an understanding? Get the fuck out of my country. I'm going to feed you your own heart. That was a great line.
Country? Seriously? I'm not here for your country.
Never been hit by someone your own size before? You have to turn with the punch to reduce... Better.
What's the matter? Are you going to cry?
After I'm done with you, I'm gonna flash right that little shit son of yours! This worthless neighborhood! And every goddamn person you know!
He said he'd do it.
He said
What I promised you. Now swallow. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, it is a complete and total wash for Omni-Man. One of the few episodes they've done where they actually put it being so vastly not close into the animation proper.
I mean, it's one of the only ones they could ever possibly get away with it. Like, for me, personally, I don't like Mortal Kombat at all. Like, modern Mortal Kombat. I don't like super gory, media where kind of like the appeal is you're seeing a lot of like blood and gratuitous violence. Like, I am not the target audience for that because the vast majority of the time, I cannot dislike a character enough not for it to make me feel bad to see it happen to a person on a screen. But Homelander is a
literal Nazi,
late-stage capitalism corpo-fascist, so it actually rules to see him being forced to eat his own heart and die. So, like, this is one of the only characters bad enough that it, like, circles around to kind of being sick again. You know?
I will say, too, since you haven't seen Invincible, Debbie is Omni-Man's wife.
I figured.
Yeah, I just figured I'd put that on the table, because, yeah, he fucking... In the context of the death battle, he fried Nolan's wife.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, so, like, the mainly only criticism I can really give this episode is that so much of the animation is spent on the fight setup, which is, don't get me wrong, very well written. Like, it is so very in character for both Homeland and Omni-Man to...
I think it works. I think it works for what this is.
100%. But that's, yeah, the fight proper being so short is, like, the only criticism I can give.
Well, I agree. I would normally agree to a greater extent than I do for this one, because I think for most, there's, like, way more stuff they can be doing, and when it's short, it's disappointing, but, like, this is all this one was ever going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, like, if I'm going to see this matchup about two characters I don't know much about, except I know I really don't like one of them, Watching the other one just dog walk them into the sun 5 seconds in is pretty satisfying.
Also, yeah, since it was mentioned in the comics specifically, not in the show, Homelander has a sonic scream, and that's like the only thing he had that could even remotely do anything to Omni-Man, was the fact that like he could destabilize Omni-Man for like a second, but he has no way to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I like how Omni-Man's counter to Homelander's eye beams was to just like close his eyes for the duration.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of based.
Yeah, also fucking the way Omni-Man floats out of the fire and asks if Homelander's going to cry is so good.
It's really funny. Like, being in the position of not really knowing or being attached to either of these characters too much, even then I still think this was very well written. Just like, even as a one-shot, I feel like I got all I needed to know about these characters before, after, and during the fight. Like, this one I would just straight up put an S. Like, I can't imagine a better I feel like this is what I say whenever I think something should be an S. I can't imagine a better version of this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree.
As good as it ever could be.
Like I said, this is an episode that consistently, like, barely doesn't make its way into my top 20. Because I just think there's better episodes that hit what I like personally more. But this is still a really fucking good episode. Magneto versus Tetsuo is once again one I have shown you.
We've watched this.
Yes. Do you remember enough?
It's one of the first ones I watched, I think.
Yeah, I think literally, actually, this is in the top 20 stream. This was like the first one I showed you.
Yeah, honestly, this one I don't remember too much. I remember it being good, but I don't remember, like...
The main thing about this episode, and in my opinion, what makes it really good, is the writing of it.
Yeah, let's watch it again. Let's watch this one again. I don't remember enough. I don't remember enough to make a decent judgment. Some of them, like, I watched 2 seconds and it all comes back to me, and maybe that'll happen. But, like...
Even in Japan.
Oh yeah, I do remember you getting really hype over the fact they used Magneto MVC2 sprites.
Yeah, I do love Magneto MVC2 sprite. That does make me really happy. He is the master of magnetism.
Oh right, there is one thing that I didn't bring up last time that I will have to show you.
Impudent child.
The hell are you calling child? I make the rules around here.
Crash.
You're wasting my time. Parlor tricks for the master of magnetism.
You said it!
Interestingly enough, they use, like... I don't know if Magneto had electromagnetic field.
Oh, no.
Or Marvel 3. But, like...
That one now.
History, scumbag!
No, he did, just no one used it because, that's not... Magneto is not a character that stands around fishing for, counters.
I've had enough tantrums to last a lifetime.
Listen, welcome. I'll handle this on my own. Not die. Hurts. Help me.
I've forgotten that this episode contains the, like, classic psychic anti-Magneto technique of making him re-experience World War II. I forgot that, like, that happens to him so often that it even happened in Death Battle.
Holocaust beam!
I think Xavier does it, like, twice.
Oh, yeah!
Thank you.
You are welcome.
So,
Yeah, this one's an all-timer.
Like I said, like I said, we were talking about, Jinx versus Harley Quinn. The choreography on this one is still kind of whatever, but that's because it's what these two characters do. What really elevates this episode is the writing. Just the fact that, yeah, Tetsuo psychically basically pleads for Magneto to kill him, and Magneto suddenly switches kind of on a dime to understanding Tetsuo's situation. Like, you see it when he, like, calls Tetsuo, like, impudent child, and then he swaps to saying poor child.
I do think, like, they did a really, really good job of... You know, this is one of the ones where it feels like if there was official media of this, it would largely be written exactly the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there are a lot of them that are like that.
And I mean, the ones that are very, like, highly regarded.
Yeah, they're either really, really good, or they're ones where the writing is... where it's like brick fights. So the writing was never going to be anything in the first place.
Yeah. But yeah, them super understanding what makes Magneto such a compelling character really helps this episode a lot.
And, like, I think kind of in a rarity for Death Battle is, like, a lot of them it's fine that a character dies at the end, and a few of them it doesn't feel good that either character is going to die at the end, but this is, like, one of the few where it feels appropriate that one of the characters is dying at the end. Like, it feels like whether it was the premise of the show or not, they would have had to do it.
Yeah,
And
totally.
I think, like... I think that really makes it a quintessential matchup for a show like Death Battle. Like, one where it is already correct for the format.
Anyway, the thing I wanted to bring up. Oh, need to go back a little bit more. Gotta see the meat a little bit more.
Listen,
welcome to die. They slid it in. It's such a. It's such a subtle thing. It's so funny though that they managed to get that in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, just one of the. Well, I would say Magneto versus Tetsuo is one of the episodes that started showing that, like, Death Battle really isn't just about shoving two action figures together, which, like...
Yeah, I think it's an S for me. Like, I think this one's also an S. This is a very, very good one. I think probably... I think in a weird way, the Omni-Man Homelander was, like, more... like, looked better and was more satisfying in some ways. I actually do think if we're ordering the tiers, this one should be above that one. Just because, like, I think this is very representative of what Death Battle is at its absolute best. Like, one of the ways it can be that. I think, like, Saitama Popeye, I brought it up earlier so it's fresh on the mind, is kind of an example of a different way it can be that. But in terms of, like, two characters fighting and one of them killing each other being core to the premise, it is really hard to imagine them doing significantly better than this at any point. So I think it just deserves a very high tiering.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like I said, it's in my top 20 for a reason. So yeah, Hercules versus Sun Wukong. This one, when it was announced, was a very big surprise. Because Death Battle has never delved into, like, tackling actual mythological characters before this episode.
I think Wukong is the character it makes the most sense it would happen. Like, I guess Hercules, too. These are two of the characters that the most show up in other things and have had, like, 1,000 franchises each where they're really important. So if you're going to be pulling from mythology, these are two characters that have so much pop culture representation that, like, there's enough of a Venn diagram to make it fit.
Mm-hmm. And in a way, this was
also,
Goku
like,
versus Superman 3 before Goku versus Superman 3.
Pretty much. And, like, doing this one just, like, kind of... So I don't remember exactly what it was, but way, way back, like, near the American Revolution, the Supreme Court did not have the power to have their judgments be legal precedent until at one point there was one case, I don't remember what it was, but they set a precedent in that case and people just said yes. And because that happened, they permanently had the power to set legal precedent. Because they got away with it once, the fact that they could was now legal precedent. And that was like the beginning of the end for the United States of America. Look where it got us. But, like, in the same way, doing Hercules versus Sun Wukong is kind of, I think, that sort of thing for Death Battle and mythology. Like, they did it once. They can do whatever the fuck they want from now on.
Yeah. That being said, I mean, they've shown restraint. They have not done a single mythological fight after this.
Cowards.
Also, this was way before Black Sun Wukong, whatever it's called.
Oh, I have no idea. I bounced off like the media circuit for that game super hard when it became like a casualty of the culture war.
Yeah, it sure fucking did. Yeah, Zeus versus Odin was on the poll, on the one of the polls. It didn't, like, get past the first bracket, so, like, people want it, they don't want it hard enough.
Yeah.
Actually, have I ever told you about the Tournament of Champions, Matt?
I think you've mentioned it, but not, like, in it. I don't know the entirety of the story. I'm, like, vaguely aware.
I might go into that afterwards, especially since... Actually, it'd probably be more fitting to do it this Saturday. We'll see.
The data through all possibilities.
It's time for a death battle!
Our tale begins atop a great mountain where the mighty Heracles sought a gift from the gods.
Oh there.
Huh?
I'm in need of that apple. Relinquish it.
Sorry, I'm supposed to find my master some vegetarian food.
You'll find it elsewhere.
But Heracles was not so easily fooled.
Potato!
The Monkey King's strike rang true, but he'd not so easily overwhelm the god of strength.
I like this framing.
I do too, a lot.
Die, demon!
Agony! Agony!
The Monkey King fell into a strange forest, in awe at such a wondrous fight. But should he mistake his fear, he might lose his head.
I haven't had such fun since I fought all of heaven. Change! Behold me, the immortal Monkey King!
Multiple heads. Of course.
Bang! Zoom! Watch this!
Hydra mentioned.
You've had your fun, beast, but I've had enough!
In heavens above, the gods witnessed their earthbound selves, and so joined in battle. The god of strength mustered the heart of Olympus, while the great sage harnessed power equal to heaven. Thus, the Monkey King emerged victorious!
Wow, would you look at that? I struck him so hard he was reduced to nothingness.
With a formidable foe slain, stricken against the mountain's breast, so ends our great tale of East and West.
Yeah, I really do like the framing and it, like, the whole thing being told on a scroll that unfurls to show more of the fight.
Yeah, this was a really ambitious one from a level of presentation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also,
I thought they made a lot of cool choices. Oh, what were you gonna say?
I was also just gonna say I really like the fact that there's a narrator, like narrating the fight as it kind of goes on.
Yeah, like very much like a Greek myth.
Yeah, Greek. I mean, myth in general, kind of having that like storytelling, or storyteller, presentation and all that.
Yeah, it really fits. I feel like they made a lot of good choices.
I forgot how bad the fucking thumbnail is.
Yeah. I think it just doesn't look good a lot of the time is the problem.
Like, I think that's fair.
This is like an axe I grind a lot. You have to be really careful with mixed media. And when you're not careful with mixed media, half of it just always looks out of place no matter which part you're looking at. And I kind of felt that a lot watching this one. There was a lot of like 2D sprite, but very small on really large hand-drawn brushwork. So it looked like the scale was wrong and also it was out of... And like when too much of that stuff stacks up on top of each other, despite how like very interesting the premise was, there was just a lot of points where it didn't look good. And I know I just said that exact same sentence twice, but this is a very subjective assessment. Like, I would like to pretend it was more objective than it is, but this one is really just a feeling. And, like, when they zoomed out, boy, there were some bright sprites. Those were some big blue blobs that, like, had a Hercules and a Wukong in them.
The part where they're heaven counterparts. Yeah, no, that part looks bad. Like, I will not... That is a very common criticism, that you can barely tell what the fuck is happening when they do the heaven part of it.
So, like, despite how really cool the framing is, and, like, how well they nailed the concept, I do think I still just put this one at the top of A. I think there are just too many moments where I was looking at the screen and thinking, man, I wish this looked good. This would be so cool if this didn't look so ass right now. And I think that, like, really drags it down from an S for me. Yeah. I think if I was a different human being that didn't bounce off that sort of thing, it would be an S for sure, but I can't get past it personally on this one.
I mean, I think that's totally fair. Yeah, I don't think I will agree. I don't think the sprite work is, like, particularly amazing in this episode. Like, mostly on the Heracles, I would say it's especially bad, but
yeah, there was just, it is what it is. I think other than that, I'm really impressed with what they did with it.
Sort of like, trying to think
if there
of a
was like
comparison.
an A plus or an S minus tier, it would be there.
Mm-hmm.
But there isn't, so it's A.
But yeah.
Very good one. Very good episode.
Boba Fett versus the Predator.
Oh, brother, these two again.
They kinda...
Never heard of these guys before.
Boba Fett versus John Yaucha.
It's time for
I don't know that much about Star Trek, so I'm not really sure how good Boba Fett is. But I also don't know that much about Alien, so I'm not sure how good the Predator is. So I guess we'll just have to see.
Two things, Cuddlefishman. One, his name is Glup Shido. Get his name right. Two, that's the Mandalorian, not Boba Fett.
The Mandalorian isn't Boba Fett. Spoilers!
Glorm Shutto, yeah, you got it. So there's a running gag about this episode where they refer to the Predator in this as John Yaucha. Because it's not a specific Predator, is like a weird amalgamation of like every class of Predator. Because the Predator is just it's a single race of alien called, someone correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they're called the Yaucha.
But they're like a bunch of different guys.
Yes.
It's not like one the Predator in all the Predator movies. There's like different the Predators.
Yeah, there's different like tiers of Predator. And this one is just kind of a weird amalgamation of all of them.
So he's like he's the John Yaucha of John Halo.
Yes, exactly that, yes.
Okay, I get it. I still don't know. I guess. I guess maybe Star Wars characters tend to be less fucked up in a vacuum than a lot of other franchises if they're not using the Force. So I'm gonna say Predator, but I really don't know. This one I'm just guessing. trying to think about it. I think Boba Fett's strongest quality is that people like him a lot.
Kinda!
Like, he's cool and he pushes toy sales. And I think that's, like, why he shows up so much. Not because he's, like, a particularly powerful or compelling character overall.
You're mine.
Nice arm, asshole.
Amateur. You are one ugly motherfucker.
Rude.
He gets a lightsaber in some Star Wars movie stories.
Kill his asshole. He's rude.
My God, where did he go?
I'll be taking this. Fools.
Anyway, he's fine.
Never bet against Star Wars. I make the same mistake every time. They have books. They have books.
They do have books.
They have books.
They do have books. And comic books, which are different types of books.
Yeah, all right.
It sure is an episode.
This is like such a slam dunk B for me. Like, it's not bad, but it really is John Star Wars versus John Predator.
I will say this is pretty commonly regarded as the worst episode of the season.
Interesting.
Myself
I don't think it's
included,
worse than
actually.
the two below it. I actually don't think it's worse than the two below it.
So,
I think it's like super mediocre, but like maybe I just don't know enough about these two characters to be upset about.
That is fair. There's a lot of just weird dumb shit. Like because the whole thing is like
this was confusing to me because like
so yeah
you don't become invisible in infrared or like
yes exactly
because something's hotter. Like that's okay. Maybe it's like going down. That shit's just like incorrect.
It is outright like yeah the whole things with the Predators, they do have their vision is infrared. That doesn't mean they fucking lack object permanence.
Yeah.
Just
like,
because he's surrounded by fire doesn't mean that he fucking disappeared.
Like, I didn't bring it up at the time because I wasn't really sure if that was like, is this a known Predator weakness? And like movies back then were wrong about this shit a lot. So I was giving it to him that maybe just Predator was wrong about this. But if like Death Battle got this wrong, that definitely drops it straight down to the sea for me.
It was
like,
supposed to
getting
be...
shit wrong is kind of my line. Like, I'm learning what my lines in these tiers are the more we do this. And just being objectively wrong about something usually docks things a tier for me. So I would drop this down to C.
Yeah, it's hard to say if it's like a sense of them being objectively wrong and more just it being really fucking stupid.
Well, it's stupid on two levels, because, like, they would not just be straight up invisible. They would be, like, hard to see in the same way of, like, a pretty bad red on green sort of thing for, like, color blindness, from my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even in that case, it's not impossible. It's just, like, really bad for a lot of people. And, like, even if that wasn't the case, though, like you said, object permanence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like he just forgets he was there.
Also this bit. Have you ever seen a Predator movie, Matt?
I've only seen the worst one ever, Alien vs. Predator.
Oh, that's not the worst one.
You are one ugly motherfucker.
That is just a fucking straight line rip from the movie. And it doesn't even make sense for Boba to say it, because he deals with aliens on the fucking regular.
Yeah, there are a lot of... He's seen, like, Jabba the Hutt. He's seen, like, a Sarlacc. He's seen that one guy who looks like a big flea with wings. He's seen Han Solo. He's seen much uglier people in the Predator. Yeah, it definitely goes... I think there's just having something... I was trying to be generous with a franchise I didn't know that much about. But if that's not, like, a thing with the heat vision, then, like, that's just really stupid.
Yeah,
like,
no, this is pretty commonly regarded as the one of, if not the worst episode of this season. The other one that's commonly regarded as that is one that both you and I heavily disagree on, and we'll get to that, but... yeah, so better or worse than Zatanna versus Scarlet Witch?
Oh, I don't even fucking know. I think probably worse. Because again, like,
it actively just gets shit wrong.
Yeah, like, so I'm not a big power scaler. I'm looking in, like, a terrarium a lot of the time on this stuff. It's very fascinating to me. But, like, if there's anything I feel like as a semi-outsider getting more sucked in by the day, if you're going to do something like this, it's really important that you stick to your own rules. Like, you have to get stuff right, because if power scalers are going to be, like, super sure of themselves when they say Bumbus Supreme is more powerful than Goku because power scaling is really a real science that's right, and all of these things make sense if everyone agrees to follow the same rules, like, you do just have to get everything right. Like, you cannot make gigantic fundamental mistakes about either the science or the media that you are doing, because the whole premise completely falls apart. Because then you're just arguing online again. Then you're just saying shit on Twitter. And if you want to not be saying shit on Twitter, you have to really get stuff right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. This one's just so fucking
This episode
just
of
whatever.
Death Metal.
So yeah, this was an interesting one, because this was a bonus episode, because they got sponsored by Warframe. And I should note, before I hear people talking about it, they have been on record saying that they will only accept sponsorships if the sponsor does not give a shit if their character loses. They are on record as saying they have in fact turned down sponsorships. I think they said from Capcom specifically, who backed out because they said, "Hey, there's a chance your character can lose."
Capcom.
I can't remember exactly, but I believe they said Capcom specifically.
Capcom, stinky.
But yeah, Excalibur versus Raiden, or right? I almost
Raiden.
fucking said the Mortal Kombat way of saying it.
Kang.
Versus Raiden from
Johnny
Metal Gear.
Cage. Sonya.
Funny enough, this was pretty much in like kind of the height of Metal Gear Rising memes coming back, which is probably why they picked Raiden for this matchup.
I don't really know enough about what these characters do to guess.
Have you never played Metal Gear Rising?
I have not.
You should. It's a pretty good video game.
I hear it's good.
Yeah, the basic thing is they're both cyber ninjas. Like, that's kind of just the core thing.
Prowess on the battlefield.
Warframe is also pretty good from what I understand, but I don't have 12 trillion hours to sink into it.
Doctor, are you seeing this?
Doc, you seen this shit?
Tenno, an enemy is ahead, and that foundry is crafting a warframe.
Wait, we saw this one, right?
Straight to the point.
Did we? I don't think I ever showed you this one. I showed you Raiden versus Wolverine.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Metal freaks like you usually got a monologue first.
His sword, it's weakening yours.
Infinite ammo.
It kind of takes like putting them right next to similar archetypes from other media to like really drive home just how deliberately like strangely sexy all Metal Gear character designs are. Because like they're both kind of like grungy looking cyber ninjas, but it's very clear Raiden is supposed to be hot. Like,
alright, listen, he's definitely hiding in the cardboard box.
Get out of here!
Oh yeah, there's a framing device for this episode, I'll tell you after the fact.
yeah, I assume one of them is sponsored by each of the hosts vaguely or something.
Doctor, it's time to let her rip. This is why I fight. Survival of the fittest.
I like it when people do maximum spike. I think it looks cool.
My child, you're not done yet. I'm surging your warframe's power systems. Excellent work, Tenno. Now for the foundry. Oh, it's finished.
So yeah,
they worked really well with the music in this one.
Oh, the Mel Lotus. I was gonna say that is why I had to preface this by saying that no, they didn't have Excalibur win just because it was sponsored by Warframe. Because I kind of figured that would come if I didn't say that. But regardless, the kind of setting up for this episode was that it was Boomstick and Wiz's day off. Or not it was their day off. Wiz was like working late in the office and they started having just like a regular ass argument about who would win between Excalibur or Raiden. It's a cute little frame device that obviously we didn't see, but that's why you saw Wiz and Boomstick.
Yeah, they each
pop
have their
up.
champion or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah,
I thought it was fun.
I think it's the worst Metal Gear episode, but like both the other Metal Gear episodes are in my top 20, so like
The other ones are really good. Like, there's no shame in being worse than something that's really good.
yeah, pretty much. Unlike, Korra vs. Storm, which is the best Avatar episode.
That's so sad.
But yeah, the main thing about this episode, that makes it worse than, in my mind, Raiden vs. Wolverine and Snake vs. Sam, is just, the choreography is primarily focused on both these characters' speeds. It's like a lot of them high speed slashing at each other back and forth, rather than like weighty slashes and all that kind of thing and interesting sword dynamics. That being said, one thing I do like this above Raiden vs. Wolverine is they did have Raiden use the other weapons he gets in Metal Gear Rising. Like the that weird spear that he gets from Strahl, or the sai he gets from Monsoon. I think that's neat of it. But yeah, overall, what were your kind of thoughts on it?
I thought the choreography was, it's pretty fun. Like,
yeah,
Cyber Ninja fighting other Cyber Ninja is a tale as old as time. It's a classic of matchups. So they had a lot to draw from, and they used cool stuff. They did cool things. I don't think this set any records, but it was certainly good.
Mm-hmm.
I've been hovering between B and A, kind of hoping you would give me something to push me one way or the other.
I mean,
is kind of where I've been with this.
Yeah, kind of just like the sort of beginning and end of this is, it's just a pretty good episode. I will say, I will say this for a sponsored episode that I think was whipped up in a week by Devil Artemis. I don't know, maybe that was push you towards one way or another.
I think the top of B. And probably no matter what ends up in B after this, it'll be worse than this.
I think that's totally fair.
I mean, that is currently a top 5 for all we've watched. Taking tier letters aside, it is still pretty high up there.
Yeah, in terms of what we watched so far, yeah, I would probably agree.
I forget, which is the one we disagree a lot on?
Oh, I don't mean me and you specifically. I mean us in the community.
Oh, okay. Because I was wait,
Voorhees versus Michael Myers.
Oh yeah, the one I think fucking kicks ass and everyone thinks sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that, but
yeah. What everyone's wrong about.
This episode is sponsored by Babel and
James Bond versus John Wick. Now, I will say this. While they do use, specifically Daniel Craig Bond, it is using, all of, previous Bond's gadgets.
I don't know enough about Bond The thing is, the big crux here is, does James Bond have a gadget enough to beat John Wick's whole thing of getting hit by everything and just trucking through it anyway? That's kind of what John Wick is all about. And John Wick by movie 3 kind of becomes like Superman. Like John Wick really spins out of control a couple movies in.
I will say this was before 3.
This was before 3. Ooh, that makes it more interesting. Post 3, it's like a wash for sure. Because, like, John Wick just goes... This is one of the few movie franchises I know, like, anything about. And it's mostly just because, like, at some point, Emily Astor was like, hey, we're watching a bunch of John Wick movies.
John Wick is a really good fucking film series.
Yeah, I happened to be there at the time, so I watched them. I think barring, like... Because, like, the big thing about James Bond is, like, James Bond is a character that lives and dies off of pulling it out of his ass at the last second. That's, like, the tension of James Bond situations. Is, like, he gets strapped to the operating table and there's a laser firing at him and he has 400 sharks sitting outside and then he just like does something fucking crazy and lives through it anyway. Whereas John Wick, his whole thing is like people throw 200 sharks at him and he just like walks through them while getting bit. Like he just does it. And I feel like that takes it in something like this, outside of like James Bond having a kill John Wick in particular utility belt, which he might. So my official guess is either John Wick clears or James Bond has some James Bond gadget that I am not aware of that just like pulls it out at the last second. But if Bond wins, it's specifically and only in that way.
Mm-hmm. So I will preface this saying, the last time that James Bond had any sort of model was on the PS3. So just keep that in mind that they were working with what they had.
Time to die for a death battle!
Is not one to be taken lightly. Be careful, 007. And happy hunting.
Your concern is always touching, Q. Vodka martini. Shaken. Not stirred.
Don't worry, Co-Buddy. I love Source.
What can I get you, mate? Drinks are on.
So this is like...
I mean, this was made in Source, I'm pretty sure.
Unfortunately, I wasn't asking Baba Yaga. Now you can come with me, or we can do this here.
Yeah, it's James Bondman, Gordon Bondman's brother. Like...
Lucky me. Seems you've got me at a disadvantage. You won't mind giving a dead man walking one last smoke?
What does MI6 want with me?
Your reputation precedes you. I'll be sure to keep up.
No, you won't.
Wonk. Uh-oh, picture of John Wick's family. It's over for James Bond. Once John Wick's wife shows up in the narrative, it's fucking over.
To be entirely honest, I lost count.
No, it's not Craig's Bond specifically, because Craig's Bond is actually kind of really boring.
Car! Yeah, this one's fucking sick. That's a cool shot. He's doing the John Wick thing.
What comes around goes around, as they say.
John Wick's iconic line, yeah. He does say it a lot, though, to be fair.
Wife! Phone off.
Bond, come in. What's the mission status?
Smashing. Positively smashing.
Oh, do grow up, 007.
So, like, yeah, it was in fact a remote control gun car was a device beyond my understanding for sure.
I will say, yeah, the whole thing that gave Bond the win was his gadgets and him having a faster quick draw than John Wick was basically their main reasoning.
I can see it. I thought this one was really, really good. I think even down to some very small choice. I think the writing was very good. I don't care if like any individual model or whatever is bad as long as like everything is like artistically consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Like I want one of two things in my media. I want some sort of like internal consistency and or I want mixed media where both parts elevate the other and don't look out of place.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I think this one is like firmly in the former camp. Everything looks like it's on a PS3 game, but everything looks like it's on a PS3 game, so it's not a knock against it. It's fine.
Yeah,
Totally
funny enough, the John Wick model is actually a modified version of Johnny Silverhand from Cyberpunk. Which, like, yeah, man, that makes sense.
Both John.
I mean, fucking Johnny Silverhand's model is directly based off of Keanu Reeves, so. Yeah, no, I think the starting portion, like when they're fighting in the bar, is a little clunky, but after the pen exploding bit happened, like it just went up in quality from there. Like the stuff with like the fight where they're both trying to dodge the gunfire from the car after it goes out of control is very fun.
It's sick. And like there are some small details I really appreciate. Like after they break through the ceiling, like they both get up pretty fast, but John Wick gets up faster. And like that's correct. That's his whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just one example of a lot of times where I feel like they were both put in a very similar situation and it just felt right which one was kind of a little bit better in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
John Wick ran through some bullets.
And still got in a grapple with James Bond, yeah!
It's extremely appropriate, and it's also extremely appropriate that that's a really bad idea against a character that's not essentially a Star Wars stormtrooper. Like, that doesn't work when you're fighting, like, another spy movie protagonist, and then he, like, immediately dies, and that feels correct, too. I liked this one a lot. I thought this one was really, really good. I put this as the bottom of S.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. This is kind of another one that just consistently escapes my top 20, I would say.
It just does a lot of things super right. And it does have that vibe for me of like, I just... Knowing that this came out before John Wick 3, for John Wick 2 John Wick, I don't really see a better version of this. Besides them having like access to more recent models.
Better models, yeah. Like in the modern days, they might have gone above and beyond and have made a like custom model for both of them, or at the very least Bond. But
I was pretty happy with this one.
Because like in season 10, the Frieza model for Frieza versus Megatron was custom. The Bardock model was custom in Bardock versus Omni-Man, that kind of thing. Black Adam versus Apocalypse. Back to Marvel versus DC after not having it for a hot sec. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson versus Oscar Isaac.
I actually don't know anything about either of these characters.
I will say
this is the season that like the most has been who the fuck are the like I know who they are. I just haven't consumed any media with them in it. So like
I will
don't know
say
what they fucking do.
Black Adam is kind of Shazam's main antagonist. I don't know if you know who Shazam is. Saying that
I do know who Shazam is. I do know Shazam.
The whole thing about Black Adam is like he's sort of similar to Doctor Doom in that he is an antagonist, but also he rules his kingdom very benevolently.
Okay.
And he's a very good king. Like what?
And Apocalypse is like one of those like extremely they would only trot him out for like universe stakes stories back in the day. Is
basically, yeah, he is like the toppest of top tier X-Men villains.
Yeah, I feel like Bladum is like not that.
He's very consistently put against Superman.
Oh, then I don't know. I could not begin to guess. I think I should just watch the episode and figure it out.
I think that is totally fair. One thing about Black Adam, one of my favorite Black Adam things is the fact that when he learned that Santa Claus didn't give, because Santa Claus is a real character in DC. We learned that Santa Claus didn't give a girl in his kingdom a gift for Christmas. He personally hunted Santa down.
Get him. Get that guy. You didn't give me a present. Get him.
Where's your general, interloper?
This fight track in particular has one of the greatest lyrics of all time in Death Battle. I'll tell you what it is after the fact.
He said it.
Yeah, he's powered by the same living lightning that Shazam is.
Your counsel will aid you no longer. Pitiful God. Your kind will learn to fear me soon enough.
Yeah, that's just kind of what Apocalypse sounds like, Green Intern.
I didn't know that Bladum was a Yellow Lantern. Is that like a thing?
He got the rings, yeah. Like, his lantern thing was temporary, but like, they just gave him the ring.
You only have to do things one time for it to be in Death Battle. Okay, that was sick. The diorama?
Oh, shit. I never offered you a choice. Now, everything you've built will fall.
This was my first guess, and then I got walked back from it. You tricked me. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. Apocalypse is like, he's one of those guys that's that guy. Like, he's that
A little bit, yeah. It is...
He's a little bit that guy. You don't like that he's that guy, but he is.
I will say, that in terms of the victor, this was a little bit of an upset.
Interesting.
So that's, honestly, it's mostly because people just see DC and go, DC OP. That's kind of it. But yeah, what
the thing,
you, oh, go ahead.
DC characters are in proximity to Superman, which really just kind of like changes the vibe on everything they do. Because if they're allowed to do it near Superman, it makes it more impressive.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked the way they did the mixed media stuff in this one. I think they did a really good job with it. I thought the scene where large Apocalypse punches a hole in the ground was very cool. Some of the choreography was just like two big meaty men slapping meat, but
yeah, that's also a little bit just them in general, but yeah.
Yeah. I liked using the Shazam lightning as kind of like a backwards projectile.
Oh yeah, that's very cool. So going back to what I was saying about the music in this fight, yes, it has the lyric, and this is a fucking masterpiece of lyric writing. Of, I'm powerful, I punch the best. Like, I've made fun of the lyrics of Death Battle. They get a little bit of a pass because I think the music itself is usually pretty good. That is one I will never let slide. It's the stupidest fucking lyric.
But he's powerful, Buddy. He punches the best.
Also,
what's the problem?
Transform into a big drill, I'm harming ya. The lyrics in this episode are fucking insane.
Very funny stuff.
But yeah, this is one I think is like fine. Like, I'm not super like high up on it.
I would put it in between the 2 and B tier, is where I would put it.
I think that's totally fair. I personally still like Thor versus Vegeta more than it, but that's just me personally.
Yeah, I think out of all of them that are toss-ups, for me, it's those 2.
Yeah, that's all.
Like, I could go either way depending on how I was feeling on the particular day, you know?
Yeah, like, overall, yeah, this is honestly currently where we are on the tier list. This is about, like, where I also am. I'd maybe rate this a little bit higher just because I do think the choreography is a little bit better than, like, these 2, but...
They got too much shit wrong, and that's, like... If I have a judge have a particular, like, just instant line, it's, you gotta be right about the shit you're putting in your death battle. You can't just be wrong about a bunch of stuff.
I think that is totally fair. That being said, Trunks versus Silver. We have watched this one.
Yeah.
This one...
I remember...
Go ahead.
I remember feeling vaguely positive about it.
I will say this one is one that just recently got bumped down my top 20 because it got replaced.
It was cool. I thought it was cool. I don't remember how cool I thought it was, so maybe we should take another look at it.
Yeah, alright. The big thing I will say about this episode, and obviously we'll kind of get through this, is they made one of the most memed upon lines of Silver sound actually really fucking cool.
Yeah, it was the it's no use.
Yeah, of course, it's no use.
Like I remember being impressed that they did their government mandated quote, but like it wasn't creamy. These two are just the same guy. Like, this is one of the best mirror matches in Death Battle.
They are very much just the same person, yeah. Though unlike something like Harley Quinn versus Jinx, they have two vastly different power sets.
Yeah. And I would say even those two are less the same person and more just the same, like, storytelling archetype.
Sure.
Like, if they were in a gacha game, they would be the same class, and you would have to figure out which one you want on your team because you're not running two of them.
You see? It's no use!
Rip off. Kick him! I love Masenko. The hand motions are so fucking dumb, but, like, in a way that I think is fun and cool. It's dumb in the way I like it.
Crap baskets.
Their one government-mandated DBZ abridged joke.
Come on, give me a good pull. Good enough.
Oh, speaking of gacha.
Yeah, specifically this is Heroes Trump versus Archie Silver. Also, yeah, this is Kaiser Neko losing Trump, of course.
I love it whenever a DBZ character swims through a beam.
Yes, Talon.
Now to shut you down for good!
Forgot about Trunks' dumb gacha sword.
Yeah! The key sword, I think it's called.
I don't think we're in Mobius anymore.
This is it, Time Hog! The end of your future!
I told you. It's no.
He said it.
Yeah. Yeah, them actually managing to make It's No Use sound cool is so good.
They said it twice, and neither time did I roll my eyes. Really good job.
So about that Green Intern, specifically, at the beginning, you see fucking Silver teleport Trunks and them to like a ruined city, ruined future, specifically so they wouldn't do any damage in the like main city they were in. But yeah, this is just like, I'm maybe a little bit biased because I think, like, specifically any extended media silver, not 06 silver, is actually pretty cool, but
He's really fun in the IDW comics.
Yeah.
I think they did like a really, really good. They like rewrote him in a way that's really charming.
Mhm.
I think the IDW Sonic run is like low key one of the best Sonic properties.
IDW is really
Like-
good, yeah.
Yeah, I like this one. I think for me, there's just like, I think it suffers from being the Trunks from the gacha game, and they like, I'm trying to decide whether I think it's like high B or low A. That's kind of where I'm at.
Mhm.
I think it is better for sure than the Raiden versus Warframe one. You know what? Fuck it. I said that one would be the top of B. Put it at the bottom of A. That makes me not a liar.
I mean, we were only halfway at that point, you know, opinions change and all that. Yeah, no, this is one where, like, despite it having a DBZ character, I think the way both characters' power sets bounced off each other was really interesting.
I think the bits landed too. It went for a lot of bits, and I feel like for a lot of death battles, they go for just like a shotgun approach on them, where like they do 1,000 of them and hope that a few of them are good.
Yeah.
I feel like in this one, most of them landed. A couple of them didn't, but
I think it depends on the characters too, depending on like how many bits they thrown in. But yeah, I really liked, you know, like Trunks fucking tossing the beams around, or not Trunks, Silver tossing the beams around with his telekinesis. I think that's really fun, and redirecting them and all that. And also, Trunks has a sword, so that, you know, it already puts him at a more interesting point than most DBZ characters.
yeah, he can not only punch and shoot, but he can also cut. A rare third move.
The rare third gender.
Cut.
That's
a good one.
Yeah, it's good. This one is the court mandated joke episode of the season.
This one is either gonna be fucking incredible or suck ass.
So
There's
I will
no in between.
Specifically too, this is Super Friends Aquaman. It's not comic book Aquaman. So you know,
it's the Aquaman everyone makes fun of.
It's the Aquaman that is part of the reason why Aquaman has this reputation of being fucking useless.
It's the Aquaman that did the character assassination for about 15 years.
Yeah, basically.
The combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibility. One possibility.
It's time for Aquaman's funeral!
Assassination. His character.
Mermaid Man? Wait a second, you're not Mermaid Man.
The name's Aquaman, evildoer.
Evildoer?
Man, every SpongeBob I've ever heard just sounds like someone doing a bad SpongeBob impression.
It's so hard to get like a good SpongeBob impression, period. Like Tom Kenny is just so iconic in that role.
I'm a sea sponge.
Yeah.
Phylum Porifera. And you can't just... How about a little karate, Waterman?
It's Aquaman! Of course. He's a sea creature. And as the king of the seas, he's mine to command. I wasn't just reaching out to you, Sponge. Let him have it, chums! Great Neptune!
I love that fucking bit!
Damn it, it's Need water powers fading. Is there nothing I could do? Amen. I see it now. A multiverse of Aquaman. And out of all of them, I'm the lamest fucking one! I'm a ripoff. A joke. I'm no superhero.
People used to say the same kind of things about me. Goofball, wingnut, knucklehead McSpazatron. But every day, I get back up and say 2 words. I'm ready.
best hero win. What?
The other side of the universe.
I'll prove it to you. I'll be a real superhero.
They used it!
Don't cry, Sponge. Let's be super.
He still didn't get his fucking name right.
He was number one!
So yeah, this whole episode is basically a big SpongeBob reference. The whole joke of this episode is that, like, SpongeBob is, like, hilariously overpowered in terms of, like, if you actually take him seriously.
Yeah, he's a classic cartoon character. That's just how it is. Like, the one of the funniest things about power scaling as a whole is that, like, power scalers at some point recognized that, like, fundamentally the rules are different for, like, Western slapstick cartoon characters. In that no matter what you do to them, there's the unavoidable argument that, like, the door next to them will open and they will be behind it. And instead of getting into that argument every single time, power scalers quantified it by calling it Toon Force. And the more Toon Force a character has, the more they just don't have to lose ever. And this is one of those matchups where one of these characters is 100% that, and the other is Super Friends Aquaman.
That is unironic. Like, there are people online in power scaling communities that try to say that, like, oh, the cartoon characters shouldn't be taken seriously for power scaling. As like, no, commit to the fucking bit. Power scale SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, the fringe cases are what makes power scaling anything at all. Like, if you're gonna argue that you can, like, quantify characters from other series, you have to do them all. You can't just, like, draw the line at the easy ones.
Yeah.
Cowards.
Bit of a fun fact, as of this episode, this was the fastest quantifiable speed feat, and it was given to SpongeBob.
Yeah, like, the other side of the universe.
There are characters like Flash and, like, Archie Sonic the Hedgehog who have, like, incalculable or immeasurable speed. The SpongeBob SquarePants has the fastest speed that is actually, like, calculable.
That's so funny. I would put this. I'm just gonna be honest.
Such a weird episode to evaluate.
Like, I always like the joke episodes because I feel like they're more creative with them than almost any of the other ones. I would put this at the top of A. Like, I always rate the joke episodes really highly because they do the thing that I want, which is produce a strange and weird and interesting death battle. And as long as they land, like, at all, I enjoy them every single time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, generally, there are some...
The bit at the end was an S-tier bit. Like, if it was just the ending goof of the number one headstone with his name still fucking wrong. Like, that's really what does it. That's so fucking funny.
Also, the Great
Like-
Neptune bit is so funny, where it's a cartoon Aquaman with a hyper-realistic
Yeah!
mouth.
Just a really good one overall.
Mm.
It's A for Aquaman or S for SpongeBob.
So,
Blackjack,
yeah.
you're cooking.
The next three we have seen. So I guess we'll just go in order. Jason versus Michael. You probably don't need to rewatch this one.
I don't. That one is either the top of S tier or right below Magneto. It is one of the best death battles they ever produced, and I cannot fucking believe that people don't understand. Like,
damn, admittedly, this is even higher than I would place it. I go against the grain with that episode.
They took a completely losing concept and made it into a death battle the only way it could ever work, and they landed it completely. Like, I think I am more impressed with what they did with that one than most of them, because it is just fundamentally not a death battle that could ever work with the normal death battle formula, and instead they just made something entirely different that was still death battle enough to work, but played to, like, they approached it on a different axis, and I think it's really impressive that they figured out that's what they needed to do to make it work. Like,
what's even more impressive is the fact that Devil Artemis are animated in a hurricane.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. It is the most I don't understand what people possibly want out of, like, it's the brick fight people for sure that just, like, want two big meaty scary men slapping meat, but that's just not what it could ever be.
Yeah, no, I like I said, I wouldn't put
I'm a
this
big horror
high,
fan
but
too, so I'm probably influenced by
that's
just
also fair.
liking horror media. 2 out of 4 days a week are now dedicated to horror shit on my live stream schedule. So, like, I am biased. I have bias. And within my bias, that's where I put it.
That is totally fair. Sauron versus the Lich King.
Right. I remember feeling... I think I remember feeling sort of mid about it, but I might be misremembering.
I remember you being pretty positive about it. Specifically,
I guess, like, anytime I hear about World of Warcraft or, like, League of Legends anymore, I'm just like, I probably didn't like that because of the years of my life I lost to these things and feel like I gained nothing in return from. But, like,
might be
maybe
worth
I
a
need to
rewatch
rewatch
for this one, yeah.
Czar set. We run the data through all possibilities.
It's time for an undeath battle!
Yeah, once we get the live horror Mahjong client, it's over for Mahjong. So get these fucking cat girls out of here.
I shall claim what is mine. In this cold north, you will find only death.
Okay, I'm starting to remember that this one was just, like, really fucking visually impressive.
Yes, that is absolutely one of the big things about this episode. It has some of the coolest shots in this entire series. Now, this is from Heroes of the Storm, I believe?
Yeah, this is definitely not the WoW model. It looks better than that. Back when the Lich King was still relevant in WoW, they were still using, like, the whole Metal engine.
Yeah, God, the way it starts to transition from the ice to the fire.
Yeah, this really is just one of the best looking death battles I've seen. I feel like there have been 2 today where I just didn't remember them at all, and then we watched them and I remembered why I liked them. Which just goes to show you I have the memory of a goldfish. I think for this one I know why it is. Because, like, this is just without a doubt one of the best looking death battles. It's just like being the best looking thing is not something that I personally put a whole ton of value in. Because, like, once you're not watching something anymore, all that's left is the concept. Like, that's what you really remember, is the ideas. Unless you have one of those perfect memories. In which I'm jealous. That being said, I do think this is, by a huge margin, one of the best looking death battles. It's definitely in S tier. It's just S tier for a reason I don't particularly care about too much.
Mm-hmm.
I would put that one. I would put that one all the way up in S. Easily.
Probably bottom of S. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think, like, the way I would describe it is the choreography is what it is what you would expect from them. I do appreciate them going for the kind of slower, more heavy hits for both these characters than, like, anything super fast.
Yeah, they're 2 big, beefy armor slapping metal. Like, that's gonna be a big part of this fight no matter what. And occasionally they're gonna cast some sick magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big thing with this episode is just visually is it has so many just cool looking shots. Like the cross between the fire and ice, the volcano going off in the background, all that kind of shit makes it look visually very cool. Deku versus Asta.
God, I hate Black Clover. God, Black Clover fucking sucks. Maybe the worst shonen manga of all time. Did we watch this one?
We did, which maybe which maybe speaks to your thoughts on it. I can, if you don't remember a lot of it, I can tell you immediately where I think you would put it.
Yeah, where did I put it? Because
it's probably gonna be like around here.
That sounds right. Like if even just because it could even be a B just with a character I really fucking hate from a show I really don't like. I don't remember anything interesting about it, but I do remember I remember going into it negatively and leaving it negatively. So I could trust that it's there and see.
It's like the main thing I remember is from when we discussed it is I had it like slightly higher than you did, and I'd have it like here.
I just hate Black Clover so much.
You know what? That's fair. I've never seen Black Clover. I'm probably never going to see Black Clover, but anyway, the finale of season 9. Hey, you remember Dragon Ball, Matt? Do you remember Dragon Ball?
I know Goku and Vegeta versus Goku and Vegeta.
Do you remember Dragon Ball?
Those are both screenshots from fighters. The party game that used to be a fighting game.
Do you remember Dragon Ball, Matt?
I remember.
Great, this episode is gonna remind you a lot.
What is this
I know these
madness?
guys.
Whoa, Vegeta! Am I really that much taller than you?
Stuff it, Kakarot!
Yeah, Ty, rip in peace. You were a fighting game once!
Dragon Ball has won! Dragon Ball has won plenty on this show! It's just Saiyans that never win.
Well, 2 of them are gonna win today.
Oh yeah, they will!
I've played against Ty's Vegito a lot, and that shit's cheap, so I think Vegito's gonna win. Do they know about his advancing jab? Do they fucking know the shit I have to put up with?
Sure, but how about some variety?
Yeah, I love trying to 2H a guy falling at me from the sky, and then he just stops for 50 frames and hits me with a knife. That shit rules. What a cool guy. He kind of swam through. He almost did.
Gotcha!
Guess it's now or never.
Time to be Dragon Ball Z. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing the thing.
Anyway, congrats to Ty Tuesday.
This character's cheap.
Shit on views if both Vegetas are dead. I fucking hate this episode!
I don't have like a strong hatred for it, but it certainly was a 3D animated cutscene.
It's
from
just
DBZ video game.
It's just Dragon Ball! It's just a Dragon Ball animation!
Like, the thing that gets me about this is not that they did like a particularly terrible job with it. It's just like, why does it exist in the first place?
Exactly! Like, as a Dragon Ball tribute animation, like, it's fine. This is not why I'm here for Death Battle!
Yeah, it's just like... This commits, like, a strange off-kilter sin of wasting a slot for a death battle that isn't, like, nothing.
This was the finale!
No matter who wins in this, it is in fact Goku and Vegeta beating Goku and Vegeta. So it is the least possible entertaining matchup, maybe of all time. Like, ending the season with a mirror match that doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's also a very uninteresting matchup. Like,
and like, yeah, like Ty said, just by the nature of this being two of the characters that are effectively the same fighting against each other, it's just Dragon Ball references. Like, that's all it can be. Because there's
It's just an endless conga line of, I shoot the beam you've seen before. I shoot the beam you've seen before.
Yeah, there is
like,
no creative bouncing off each other's powers like we've seen in so many other episodes.
Yeah, like, these two characters could have been fighting against, like, Mokujin from Tekken, and it would have looked the same in terms of, like, how much they actually interacted with each other, like, in a meaningful way. And the one time they tried to do something interesting or, like, funny with the party cracker thing, like...
Which is also just a reference!
It's also just a reference, but it also didn't land, because, like...
It has no impact.
The other one was standing still before it happened, while it happened, and then sat there until he did the actual move. So, like, if he had not done it at all, nothing would have changed.
Yeah.
It just, like, that was the worst part of the whole thing for me, because there was, like, they committed to this, like, gag bit, but the other character just seemed like they'd forgotten it was in the script and was just standing there awkwardly until the next cue where they remember what their next line is. Like, that was pretty dire.
Yeah, I will say, they did I can't remember if it was a Death Battle Axe or One Man Melee. But, and those are, once again, One Man Melee and Death Battle Axe DBXs are the fights with no research. It's just, we're gonna animate a fight. They did that here, too. They did this matchup in both of those. Which makes this becoming an actual episode even worse in my mind.
Yeah, this one's pretty whack. I think I would have been pissed if I was, like, watching actively and this was the season finale.
Yeah, like, animation-wise, it's fine. It just goes against, like, everything that I want.
I would put it in C. Maybe near the bottom of it. It's just, I don't know. It is the best-looking bad episode I've ever seen. That's what I'll give it. It looks perfectly fine.
Good descriptor of it, yeah, honestly.
But, like...
This season, yeah. Okay.
It's really weird, because there's nothing egregiously repellent about it. It's just an episode that, like... It would be better had it not existed and they'd done literally anything else. And that's pretty damning, I think.
The fucked up thing is, the fusions in particular... because they're pretty much just interchangeable, it can go either way. They have a very popular matchup in the community, and that is Omnimon from Digimon. Which, if they did that as a finale, that would have been way fucking better.
Yeah, this was... I think me and Ty played a DBZ game. Not DBZ, we played a Digimon game on That's Right, We're Gonna Cheat.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
DBZ lasers. Like, I remember him having, like, the DBZ Hadouken. He just shot him.
Uh-huh.
That shit was cheap. Yeah, Rumble Arena 2. That shit was cheap. He was that guy. He was on that shit, you're right.
Fucking cool. But yeah, so that was season 9. I'm actually curious, looking over between season 9 and season 8. It had season 8 kind of... Interestingly enough, season 9 had more C's, but it also had more S's.
Yeah, I think, like, overall, season 8 didn't have things that were as... It was mostly fine. Like, season 9, the things that were bad in, like, ways that bothered me more, I think, is really what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if we went back, maybe even some of the stuff in season 8 would be higher than what it is now. Like, the lower tiers might move up a bit. But, like, well, maybe not the D tier. Maybe there just wouldn't be a C tier. Like, maybe there would just, the solo and C tier would move up to B tier, and then there just wouldn't be anything in C, and there'd be a gap between B and D. But, like, I don't care about going back to change it in any meaning.
Yeah, no, plus...
That's what it was on the day. Plus, these are all, like, relative to their own season.
Yeah, that too. Also, Steven versus Star is so just... it's aggressively unfunny and kind of unfun is how I would put it. But yeah, so fun fact, we will be doing season 10 tonight too, because I've already shown Matt like half of season 10 just by virtue of like tons of that shit being on my top 20 list.
Yeah, I remember watching a lot of them.
That being said, I'm gonna use the bathroom and get a refill real quick. So I'm gonna go do that.
I think there's a few of these that I could just like tier right now. But there are a few of them we watched that I would need another refresher on probably. Whoa, is that Stitch from Disney's new live action film Lilo and Stitch where they changed the ending? And Ohana no longer means nobody gets left behind. It means you get adopted by the government.
Oh. Alright, I am back. Oh, okay. I was about to ask if you stepped away.
No, I was talking about popular Disney live action character Stitch from Lilo and Stitch.
Oh god. The fucking live action movie is so dire.
I mean, we can just like really quick before watching any of these get two of them out of the way.
What do you mean? In terms of the... Sure.
Yeah, like, maybe three of them. Superman versus Goku and the two cartoon ones are all three of them just in S tier.
That is just genuinely so fair.
Oops. Just top of the line. I would move the Courage one to the left. I do think the Superman versus Goku one, the most recent one that was in the season, is the quintessential death battle. It is the blueprint for what this series should be from top to bottom. Everything that will be ever made in death battle past this will have to live up to that one. It just sets the tone forever and ever and ever. And the other two fall into that kind of a very interesting for different ways.
They're both just very fun
ways for different reasons. Yeah, like using the formula in a way that's really compelling. Those three like were standouts, I think, just
that is totally fair because these three are definitely very memorable episodes. Anyway, starting the premiere with Marvel vs. DC full screen, for fuck's sake. What do you mean null?
No, you can't watch this full screen.
Jesus.
Better yet, you can keep your current phone number and contact, so switching over
I don't
is
care
no...
about your spawn con. Oh yeah, what do you know about both these characters?
Everyone keeps saying that Ant-Man gets tiny and goes up Thanos' butt and then gets big and Thanos is dead.
You know what? That's fair. That's all you need to know.
Also, like, Pym particles apparently ruined a lot of writing forever. That's the other thing I seem to understand.
It's laced with a particle
Pym
I've
particles
never
are
seen before.
fucking insane.
They're called Pym particles. And I'm Hank Pym, Scientist Supreme. You should have
Mention it.
knocked. You're using pieces of a white dwarf star? That's cute.
Everything we needed already existed. You just needed to be smart enough to put the pieces together. Scientist Supreme?
Did you know that at any given moment, there are about 2.5 million ants under your feet?
I mean, that makes sense, but why are you bringing that up right now?
Is this something Ant-Man can do? He can.
Yes.
Can he summon ants? I didn't
I
know
mean, he
that.
can control ants.
Why?
Because he's Ant-Man.
Took you long enough. Okay, let's try this. I'll hack his belt. You lay low and let me know what you find. Huh?
Nice try. If I search every electron path in his gun and study their probability wave functions, I just might be able to!
He did the thing. He said science words that don't mean anything in context. The classic.
What's happening? He must be reaching his limit. If we don't get out of here quick, he's gonna destroy all of reality. Now, my pets! You have your tricks and your tools, but I created something beyond the limits of human existence.
Okay, I will actually give a warning for this. And I don't do this for a lot of other episodes. Genuine gore warning upcoming.
I operate on a scale you can't even comprehend.
How?
You can't be afraid to think big.
Oh, that's some gnarly body horror.
Yeah, it's probably one of the wildest deaths they've ever done. So yeah.
Damn, that one was really good. This is a season of bangers.
That is a. I mean, I guess it depends on the rest of them. That's actually pretty interesting because this one always is very mid for me. Like, it's fine.
I do recognize the problem of they are just punching each other, but like it is implied they are smaller and bigger while doing so. But if you like remove those trappings, don't get me wrong, they are just punching each other.
I do think there's some pretty good bits, like the fucking like perpetual motion balls, like being treated as this massive threat, and then it pans out and shows them all kind of uselessly clattering on the floor. That's cute.
Yeah, and I think some of the things they did with scale were interesting. It does have the problem of it mostly just being two scientists punching each other. I think of all of they're just two guys punching each other ones, though, it's the best of those. But like,
yeah, I will say that the big thing for this episode for me, and this kind of runs into a little bit of this entire season in terms of Marvel and DC episodes, is It is sort of just two cosmic characters doing cosmic shit, with a little bit more interesting due to the fact that they both do size stuff, but...
The ending is also kind of whack. It's a big... I am the stronger guy who does this. Now you lose.
A little bit, yeah.
I think this is either like the bottom of A or the top of B.
I mean, we still have a few episodes to get through before saying bottom or top, but...
I think, like, I would expect it to end up being... I'm going to put it in A for now. I think it'll end up being a low A. It's just like... I don't know. This is a provisional assessment. A lot of them I felt strongly about. I'm not sure about this one yet. We're really early in it.
That's totally
I reserve
fair.
the right to move that one later.
Skyrim versus Dark Souls. That is a one that I have shown you.
Yeah, I remember not being super impressed about this one.
Think we should rewatch it then?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
This episode of Death Metal is sponsored
really it's
by
just
Brandon Yates.
No, wait, no, I'm entirely wrong. Now I'm remembering. This one was cool. Sorry, I just saw Skyrim and my eyes glazed over. Like, I don't care
it
about
is funny
Skyrim
because
at all, but this is a good episode. This is a good one for sure.
This is one I talk about a little bit when I talk about certain episodes of like certain episodes being the X show featuring like character. This is very much the Chosen Undead show.
The Chosen Undead show, yeah. The Dragonborn yells like one time, but like I like Dark Souls and I don't care about Skyrim, so I was fine with that. We don't need to rewatch this one. It's coming back to me.
Okay.
I would actually put this one in A and then move the other one down to B. It only took me one. It only took me one to get there. Yeah, that one was cool. I like this one.
Yeah, it's definitely a very good one.
This episode is sponsored by
though it is funny. It just recently got knocked out of my top 20.
It's one that very much feels like it could get knocked out of top 20 pretty easily.
Killua versus Misaka.
Anime.
Yeah, I figure you might have a knowledge of who Killua is. Do you have any idea about certain magical index?
I remember certain magical index being like primo slop. Like it was a very popular slop anime, just total shonen slop.
It is like one of the most popular light novels in Japan, I think.
I remember just like seeing it and being super uninterested. Maybe it's good, but it seemed like Sword Art Online at like level anime at the time it came out.
I have personally
maybe I just got the wrong
so.
vibe about it. I could just be wrong. But like, it very much felt like, oh, this guy again. Oh, another one. How original. Daring today, aren't we?
But, yeah. So a little bit of a not so fun fact. This is like, people bitched about this episode a lot. And not because of anything that happens in the episode. People just complained about like these two characters, like this matchup existing. I guess because they're both quote unquote too obscure.
No, that's not true. Okay, like, even if I don't like it, I know that a certain magical index is really fucking popular among its demographic. And Hunter x Hunter is, like, a generational manga. Like, they're just fucking wrong. Like, complain about it or not, obscure is not the correct word to criticize this for.
Yeah, the funniest thing I ever said about people complaining about this matchup is people then going on to talk about their other, like, super obscure blorbos that they want on the show. And it's just the hypocrisy of it all. And also, like, again, there's a full fucking, like, we're not watching it tonight because both time, but also, like, there's a whole, 14-minute analysis portion where you can learn what the fuck these characters are.
Yeah. It's just like obscure is not a valid criticism. It's not correct. Like, there are things to criticize here for sure about at least one of these franchises, but like obscurity is just not right. You're just saying shit. You just don't like anime and you're saying shit.
Time for a death battle!
Hey, that's mine. I've been looking for it all day. Give it here.
You want it? Come and get it.
If I remember though, Magical Index is one of those like
Coins, huh? I had a butler.
Unbelievably. It's one of those where like hours work on vague conceptual levels.
Focus.
Where like the sky is the fucking limit.
Like I said, I've never seen it, so I couldn't tell you.
Gotcha.
Anyway, yeah, the Dengeki Bunko sprite for Misaka.
Better keep my distance.
She has stronger lightning. Gotta get in close.
No problem. No time to break.
Net Impact is regrettably $60. But you know.
You don't know when to quit. Together with electromagnetism, meaning it can be disrupted! Wait a minute.
Distance, 35 meters. Altitude, 45, 40, now.
Yeah, this was about to be expected. It's like the difference in how these franchises are framed. Like, Hunter x Hunter kind of has a more traditional DBZ-esque, like, shonen powers thing going on. And from what I know about a Magical Index, it's one of those things where, like, just spitballing, like, let's say you have a guy that controls water. At any point, he could suddenly be able to, like, make some guy whose name contains the kanji for water in it, like, throw himself on a building. Because, like, they'll spend 2 pages describing how concepts are the same things as things because things are stuff. And it's just, like, one of those franchises where they just do a thing to make a character win and then bullshit about it until you're like, yeah, man, sure, whatever.
Like
let's just like move on. Like, yeah, exactly. It's one of those. And like, those always win against things that are like more grounded and care more about their characters.
You know what's actually really funny about that? Of the popular matchups for Killua, this was actually his most fair.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hunter x Hunter has dudes that like die before they do use all their powers, and like it's just a lower power level franchise in a lot of ways than a lot of them. It does have its own bullshit, but like it cares too much. And there's so many like power systems that do not give a shit. They don't give a fuck. Like, and kind of when you have one that does give a fuck even a little against one that's just like, anything I say is now the new rule. It's not surprising what's going to come out from it.
But yeah, what were your thoughts on the fight itself?
Honestly, kind of mid. It was an anime fight where they shot lightning at each other.
That is actually pretty common consensus, I would say. Which is funny because that's actually, I do actually kind of disagree with that. I think this one has a lot of really cool looking shots in it, kind of akin to Sauron versus Lich King, though not to the same extent.
The shot with the coin was cool. I liked that one.
The shot with the coin,
Together with electromagnetism,
fucking
meaning it can be disrupted.
This one I think is really cool. The shot where they're flying through the city I think looks really cool. But yeah, choreography wise, it is just them shooting lightning at each other.
Yeah, and I do think there are cool shots. It's just like, it's cool in the same way that I already think anime is cool.
Okay, that's fair.
I would put it in B. Like, it's not bad.
Better or worse
it's just
than
like,
Ant Boys?
Yeah, I think it's worse than that one. But I don't think it's a bad one. I think it's just, it's kind of exactly what was going to happen, and it's an anime lightning fight. I've seen those before, and I've seen them before with much higher budgets. It is what it is.
This
but
episode
yes,
is sponsored
Stitch
by BetterHelp and Mint Mobile.
versus Rocket Raccoon. This is probably one where a lot of us are very familiar with both characters.
Yeah, Rocket Raccoon has that log trap assist where if you jump to the top of the screen, you can't see it anymore, so it's like invisible, and it has a big wall bounce with a hard knockdown, so it's easy to combo off of.
It does
And
do that.
the other one is now property of the government as of the live action movie. That's the ending of Lilo and Stitch. Ohana means sell your dog to the government.
Thankfully, this was before the live action remake. Not that that would be taken in consideration for this episode, but
So you got a dog that dies when he goes in water, even a little, versus a comic book character. So I'm interested to see how they futz around until Stitch gets dropped in the ocean and drowns and dies.
For a death battle!
Space Hawaii.
You smashed my ship, Flark Face!
It's funny because thinking this is one I've watched on stream a lot for some weird reason.
What did you say about my mother? You disgust me.
I like the track for this one.
Yeah, it's very fun. It's fucking very Elvis inspired.
That's it. Gonna need a bigger gun. Come to Papa. I guess you could call this my Thanos Buster. It's hunting season now, Buzzball. Huh? You gotta be kidding me. We're having a blast. We've got the skizmos gunning. Mother!
Well, that's just rude.
Double KO! You know.
So, yeah. Stitch
The
won.
ending of that one really sucks. Like, I guess you can just make a character win by, like, putting a thing that makes them win inside their elemental weakness, like, I suppose.
I mean, it's supposed to be really a fake out.
It's a very unsatisfying... Like, if they were gonna do that, they shouldn't have, like, dropped him in the water at all. Because it's, like, super unsatisfying to have it be, like... Yeah, this is exactly how this character is, like, meant to die, but, secretly, they had the ring in their pocket of killing Rocket Raccoon, so, now they win. Like, very lame ending. Super unsatisfying. That being said, I think the rest of it was pretty fun. I had a fun time watching Rocket Raccoon get grossed out by fake Lilo and Stitch language.
Yeah, because, yeah, of course Rocket would know what Stitch is saying.
Yeah, and I think...
Yeah, Stitch saying space slurs.
Yeah. It's just... What's, like, the analysis here of... I'm just, like, it's such a disconnect from what... Death Battle does not usually do an ass pull this gratuitous.
Oh, are you asking, like, why they had Stitch win?
Why they had him, like, fall in the water and just not drown
Oh,
for no reason.
that way. I mean, that thing is just... The reasoning for that is Stitch is smart enough that he could craft a way to power Rocket's discarded gun and find a way to ride and use it. Because the whole thing with Stitch and water isn't that, like... Stitch is just, he can't swim and he sinks. Like, that's his thing. He's not like, it's not like a fundamental weakness in, like, traditional sense. So they had...
Like, drowns. Like, that's like a whole point of contention, right? Like,
he's just very dense.
I seem to remember the beginning of the first movie, like, the initial joke was that if he had fallen anywhere on the planet Earth in water, he would have just drowned. But, like, he happened to fall on Hawaii, and that was, like, the bit.
Yeah, the thing with Stitch is that, yeah, as Chad was saying, he's just super dense. So he sinks like a rock in water.
Right, but, like, that's the entire tension of, like, the original film, is that if he were to fall in the water, he would drown. Like, that's the thing that, like...
Well, yeah, but if there was a rocket ship on the bottom of the water, he could get out that way.
Right, but the point is, this is like a...
This is a very... I will say...
And scripted. It's like, the thing is, media is written and scripted by someone. So, like, for there to be a rocket there, it just means, like, the person writing this... Yeah, they made the decision that his discarded weapon would be the exact place he happened to fall in this entire ocean, which I just don't think is very satisfying.
This is I will say,
right
this is a very interesting disagreement because this is not an argument I have ever heard in regards to this episode.
Yeah, I think the ending just really sucks because what it requires is just like... And I guess, if anything, that's congruent with the film of he just happens to fall in the exact right place to not completely get owned. And it just doesn't feel super satisfying to me. It feels unearned. It's just way too convenient. But that's my only gripe about it. I think otherwise, the rest of it I think is very fun and cool. I just think it has a really weak ending.
I mean, that's
I wouldn't
fair enough. Like
I wouldn't put it anywhere below B tier though. I would think it would probably. I think honestly I'd still maybe even. I'm not sure. I might even put it in A. I think they just dropped the ending so badly. I would put it in B above the Ant-Man episode. I think I'd put it at the top of B right now.
That is, ironically, this is also probably where I have it, like as currently where we are. Just for
reasons.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't have the same like opinion on the ending as you do. I will say this is probably the funniest disagreement we've had about.
I think so. Like I understand there are arguments to be made. Like, if I was in debate club, I think it wouldn't be too difficult to find a pretty strong argument against what I'm saying, but this is just how I feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the ending was unearned and it dragged it down, but that's just kind of where I'm at.
But yeah. We actually do get a break before more comic book. Darth Vader versus Obito Uchiha.
We definitely watched this
We
one.
did, yes.
I might not do to watch the whole thing again. I remember coming off of it pretty positive.
The writing, I would say, is much like Magneto versus Tetsuo. The writing for this episode in particular is very good. We'll watch a little bit.
That's what I seem to remember. And like, for me, that always rates highly. I care about that a lot.
So yeah, we'll watch a few parts in particular, and that'll probably jog your memory of like.
I care about that a lot, as evidenced by my big gripe about the last one.
So yeah, kind of one of the big things about the first half of this fight is Darth Vader being portrayed as this walking juggernaut. Where he just shrugs off everything Obito does. And it takes him using the fucking 10 tails and going fucking sage form, or not sage form, but 10 tails form.
Yeah, this one's cool. It really understands it understands why Darth Vader has been such a, like, compelling fan favorite villain for 30, 40 years. Like,
yeah,
it gets it. It understands. I think this one was A, if I remember.
And, yeah, we'll also just watch the ending, because that's one of the big aspects of that fight, too.
Accept this gift and die.
Too late. You are liberated from hell.
Yeah, a little bit lunky. Yeah, bonk. A little bit lumpy Anakin because, like, much like the James Bond thing, the last time Anakin had a model was probably PS3, if not PS2.
This is a good one. It's a good one. I like it.
Just very much, again, understanding of both characters.
Yeah, it's an A somewhere vaguely. A is unordered for me right now. I think they're
fair.
both very good.
Anyway, back to Marvel vs. DC. Phoenix versus Raven.
Both of these characters are up to some bullshit.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it.
I'm like super biased by what this character was in Vanilla Marvel 3. But like, even that being the case, I vaguely recall the Phoenix being just like really top end asshole bullshit in terms of this sort of like ephemeral force that is inhabiting Jean Grey that you largely just cannot do anything about because it's like a ghost possession thing where you can't really kill it because it'll just fuck off somewhere else. But I don't really know what Raven gets up to outside of the context of the TV show that made everyone like 15 times weaker than they are in the comic book.
Well, I guess we will see.
And wizards do shit. Yeah, we'll see. Wizards do shit sometimes.
Wizards do just do shit.
Come to burn my home to ashes. The demon inside you is too strong to be left alive. I'm sorry. This is for the good of the universe.
Coming from fucking Jean Grey.
Yeah. I think they're using like, unless this is a completely custom sprite, like an edited rouged from MVC2.
They're probably edited like, yeah, they're edited fighting game sprites probably. There's probably some Mugen characters with both of these that they got them from.
Bonk. Bonk.
What's the matter? Afraid of the dark. You don't control my mind.
I can't control it!
I can't control it. She didn't say it. She didn't say it. Bad video. Not good. She didn't say it. See, Raven made the huge fucking rookie mistake of not popping Dark Phoenix before she got 5 meters. That's why you're supposed to snap this character, and if you don't, this shit happens to you.
Let me cleanse you of your demons. Sear and scorch them all away. Burn! No, I'll take this pain from you. Enough! I'm taking everything that twisted you to somewhere white, hot, pure!
Yeah, it's comic books.
What?
These characters have like 30 super forms.
Scott, Charles, everyone, give me strength! I am not the daughter of a demon. I am
White.
the daughter of Azarath.
White.
Azarath Metrion Symptom!
Anyway, yeah, like 5 people who are super into the result of this matchup are really mad for some reason.
I mean, if you're a fan of Phoenix, what you're a fan of is like a bullshit character that never loses. Like that's the appeal of Phoenix in particular, is like it looks like she's gonna lose, but then nuh-uh. So like, of course you're gonna be mad if she loses in media. That's like her whole thing, is not lose.
Oh, yeah, this is kind of what I was alluding to in Ant-Man vs. Adam, where it's just like, yeah, this sure is 2 cosmic characters doing cosmic bullshit.
Yeah, they sure changed the color of their costume and then fired nearly identically giant lasers at each other.
The birds were the bird parts were animated by Moro, so that looked pretty nice.
Yeah, I liked the bird parts. I would put this one exactly above the Ant-Man one in the same tier, because it was the same thing but a little cooler. Same episode, actually same episode.
Pretty much, like actually pretty much.
Man, remember when I was like kind of up on the Ant-Man one, and now it's like 7th, 8th on the list. Just keep putting shit above it. Honestly, I think this season is just pretty good in general.
I mean, yeah, it is.
A lot of good stuff.
Like, it is commonly regarded as the best season for a reason.
It's good.
Guts versus Dimitri. Now, so I'm not going to ask you if you remember this, because I'm just fucking watching it anyway.
We've run the data through all possibilities.
That's great. You're going to see it again.
It's cool. It's Guts.
100 men strong.
What from
drives
Berserk.
Your slaughter?
It's true, it is Guts from Berserk.
Save the high and mighty crap till you're dead.
I seem to recall thinking the ending.
The ending is quite good.
If I remember correctly, this is one of the ones where, like, I liked the choreography and I really appreciated the writing. Especially near the end of it.
He has more than just a crossbow gun on his arm.
I will tear your head from your shoulders. The dead must have their revenge.
It's such a good bit. It's just headbutting Dimitri.
And Guts is just like the ultimate motherfucker who cannot catch a break.
Bastard.
Avenge us. Yield to me.
Promise, I'll kill them. All of them. Down to the last one.
This is where Dark Souls got Artorias, yeah.
Enough of this.
Oh right, there's a funny aspect about this fight that I'll point out after we're done.
Still standing? So we're both shackled to the dead. You foul beasts will not have his soul!
Yeah, the ending's so sick.
It's so fucking good, dude. Like, the entire fight is
like,
so well choreographed and so...
Yeah, it's a good weapon fight.
It's, yeah, and like what we talked about when we first watched this, I cannot imagine, like, choreographing spears versus a giant fuck-off sword is easy. But fuck, they made it work! But the one thing I want to point out that's kind of very funny, if I can't find it. Yeah, it's here. That exact same, like, trio of sword slashes, the exact same, pretty much, was done in Chosen Undead vs. Dark Souls, with the Chosen Undead swinging the exact same way. Which, I don't know if it was intentional, but it's very funny considering how much Dark Souls was inspired by Berserk.
That would be sick if it was an intentional reference. But even if not, there's only so many ways you can swing a sword. I'm not surprised there's some overlap. That one for me is the bottom of S.
That is totally fair. It's like...
I really like it. I really like it.
It's one of those episodes where, like, I can recognize, like, at the very least, Discord and Courage, or Discord versus Bill and Courage versus Scooby are better on probably, like, a technical sense, and, like, better,
on a conceptual level, like...
But
that's where those two hit for me.
Yeah, the attachment I have to both Guts and Fire Emblem just makes me love this episode so fucking much.
And, like, I have not played Fire Emblem Throuses, but I still, like, appreciate that these two characters are fighting each other and why. And I do think that that's about as good of an ending as you could ever get with Guts losing that one.
Mm-hmm. It shows so much
Like,
respect for Guts.
And, like, Guts lost, but he did get the last shot. Like, I feel like he lost in the death battle, but he, like, won in the presentation of the media.
It's like
in a weird way.
Breaking Arendelle. Yeah.
Just like the last shot of just him standing dead in front of like the rising moon.
Yeah, God, that looks so good.
I love that. Like, that's one of the sickest ending shots in Death Battle, and the person who got it was the one who died.
Mm-hmm.
That's peak. It's Peem.
So, Martian Manhunter
episode of Death
versus
Battle is sponsored
Silver
by-
Surfer is a very interesting episode that I would be curious to hear your thoughts on.
Did we watch this one?
We did not.
Okay. I don't really know that much about Martian Manhunter outside of, like, the cartoons where he doesn't do all that much. And, like, mostly what I know about Silver Surfer is that he's attached to Galactus.
Yeah, he's a herald. Yeah.
And Galactus is pretty fucked up, so I would imagine he's pretty fucked up.
So the kind of interesting thing about these characters is they are both, like, some of the kindest characters and empathetic characters in their respective mediums.
Yeah, I do know Martian Manhunter, like, one of his big things, like, his big story beat is that he is just, like, a really respectful, pragmatic, ethical person who happens to be an alien, and there's friction between those two things.
And, like 90% of Silver Surfer comics end in him being depressed and having an existential crisis.
Yeah, like, the first Silver Surfer, he was just, like, Galactus's herald. And then past then, every time, he's, like, Galactus's herald, but he really doesn't want to be. And he kind of hates that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jordan said it interestingly when we watched this episode. Jordan said that, in a way, it's sort of akin to making two Iron Giants fight. And
yeah, I don't love those sort of death battles where it's just two characters that really do not want to be killing each other.
Actually, you know what? I won't say anything. I'm just gonna hit play.
Battle!
I have to turn up the volume for this one because the dialogue is actually very important in this episode.
In all of my journeys, I have never seen anything quite like this.
I assumed your journeys would have made you rather familiar with places like this, Nordenrad. Or should I say, Silver Surfer? Now, tell me why you have summoned me here.
Enough.
You.
What are you hiding? Tell me your secrets.
I must end this.
Wow, they really just came out guns blazing for, like, no reason at all.
All I'll say is there's a point.
There's no use in hiding. I can feel your presence.
No, he's bored. Love that.
Also, the dragon was done by Nora.
Nothing can best Martian might.
Your will is admirable, but will alone is not enough. Feel the pain.
You and I possess the same knowledge.
That only one of us can survive, and we know not why.
I hope you can live with the uncertainty.
Victory comes with no certain satisfaction.
Why are we fucking doing
this? To fight. If violence is ever truly justified, but perhaps there is something worthy in the battle.
Myria.
Something beyond my understanding.
So you now see what I mean when I said this is a very interesting episode.
Yeah, they really did just look at the camera and say, stop doing this. Stop making us do death battles with two characters that we cannot justify killing each other. This shit sucks. Stop it. It's peak. This is peak. This is actually peak.
Cause yeah, it's like, the fight itself is fucking nothing. Like, the choreography is fucking nothing. It is literally just basically them pointing at each other the entire time. The writing and the meta commentary of them being aware of the fact that they're in a death battle, not knowing who put them there, but knowing that one of them has to die, is so fascinating on a writing level.
And just, like, deciding that the best thing is to just hope that it means something to someone. But really does it? Like, I think this is the best possible response they could give to all of the... Was this a voted match?
No.
Was this a match people voted for? Wow, that makes it even weirder. Because, like... It truly feels like they just looked at this one and said to themselves, shit, we should not have done this. We just shouldn't have.
I think it's less that and more being in line with both these characters' comics. That being said, I do still think it is a very interesting point writing wise.
Yeah, very death of the author here. Like, I think there's a couple readings you could have from this.
Which is, again, fucking wild to say about the web show Death Battle.
Yeah, like, obviously this has to be an S. Like, just by artistic merit. Like, the fact that a death battle has artistic merit means it's S tier. Like, let's not fuck around. It's just, what does it mean to you? This is a death battle that really demands that you think about it. And, like, you're going to get out of this one what you're willing to put into it. If you're not willing to put into it anything past all death battles need to be action figures slapping against each other, this isn't going to mean anything to you. But, like, I think, like, that's a lot of times for me, and this is a very personal statement, I'm not trying to be objective with what I'm about to say at all.
Mm-hmm.
What, like, separates media to be consumed from, like, art is what it demands that you, the audience, put into it. Like, media, air quotes, doesn't fucking care what you put into it. It knows what it's about, and it knows that you know what it's about, and you are entering a contract to experience that. Art says something, but isn't sure what it's about, and tells you to figure it out on your own. And I feel like this, more than any other death battle, lives on that side of the line. And I appreciate that a lot. I think it's cool. Is it, like, the strongest commentary? No. Is it the perfect death battle? No. Is it, like, maybe even introductory level sort of thinking about things this way? Probably. But the fact that they're willing to do it at all in a show like this is, as you've been saying, deeply interesting.
Yeah, it's a very fascinating episode.
I'm really glad it exists. I like this one a lot.
For sure, for sure. Bill Cipher versus Discord, we can skip. We have seen Cole McGrath versus Alex Mercer. I don't remember, or I don't know if you remember much of it.
I remember it being turbo mid. I remember this one being mid for sure. Like, it's just the two shave head, late 20, early 30s PS3 characters shooting lightning at each other. Is what I remember.
To a certain extent. I think you're selling it a little bit short, but kinda, yeah.
Off the top of my head, I would say it is somewhere around A or B. Like, it's not bad, but I just don't remember it, like, near. If it's in B, it's near the top of B, probably.
Probably like here.
Yeah. If you think there's a compelling reason to rewatch it to put it higher, I would, but this is kind of what I remember it being.
Not particularly. I'd say this is about right.
Notably, there have been 0 bad episodes
in
this season. None. None. Like, the worst is I don't like this as much as the others so far. And that's worth noting, I think.
Frieza versus Megatron is also one we have seen.
I remember liking this one, but I don't remember why.
Yeah, we can watch it a little bit. You can tell I rewatched this one recently. The main thing is the writing, and this is very fun.
Yeah, we're doing season 10 as well because
greetings, noble
we've
warrior
already
of
done
planet
most of it.
Cyber,
Yeah.
whatever. I, Lord Frieza, claim
So
this
it's
world
going
as my
fast.
own. Cheer for me or face annihilation.
I have fought for my
Notably, it took us about 2.5 hours to get through season 9, taking us about an hour to do most of season 10.
I love it when they monologue back.
Okay, I remember why I like this one. This one's probably A. Like, they just really get the vibe right. The vibe is so good in this one. Yeah, that's exactly where I would put it.
Word.
They just did a really good job with it. I liked it a lot.
Gojo versus Maki. This is an episode I have a lot of thoughts about.
Wants it out.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. These two characters are both bullshit in really esoteric ways that kind of don't line up. Like, there's kind of a disconnect, I think, with how both of these characters work in a way that I'm interested to see how they reconcile. Because, like, a big thing about Makima is that this character is not allowed to be killed. And minor spoilers for Chainsaw Man, even though it's been a while, but like
also this episode spoilers Chainsaw Man, so like
yeah. So if you're maybe it's a good time to dip for 5 minutes or so if you still haven't engaged with it and you want to. But like the whole thing about Makima is that like her inability to be killed is a plot device that mostly exists to show how just like fucked up Denji is. Like that's the whole point of it, is he gets around it by just being truly mentally ill. And it kind of just like is this really emotionally grotesque moment of like it's where Chainsaw Man really pivots from being like kind of a dark shonen to, oh, this is about how fucked up this is for Denji. This is about how awful this is, isn't it? And it like becomes the whole tone of the entire work changes. But because of that, she like largely is unable to die in any other way. Like that's just kind of how it's set up. It's like the most bullshit death prevention in a long time of if you kill her, no matter what, it just kills a random Japanese citizen with no limits and no range. However, Gojo's whole domain expansion kind of like really puts a wrench in that. Like,
also fucking infinity in general.
Exactly. So like I'm not really sure where they're going to take this. These are two power sets that really do not have a clear answer without doing the amount of research Death Battle usually does. So I'm going to abstain. I'm going to abstain on guessing on this one, but I'm interested to see what it does. I'm interested to see where they go.
I will say too, just in general, like Death Battle it does not purport to be, you know, like an authority. So like it's fine to disagree with Death Battle at any point, as long as you're not prick about it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just saying, I think in this one, it's going to be hard for me to disagree either way, just because I haven't put the amount of research into this to have enough of an informed opinion, and it's like such a niche interaction. There's not a lot to pull from.
It is a very, like, stats only mattering so much, kind of. But, yeah, let's watch it.
Love this part.
Death Battle mention.
Could have been some flicks right about now. But gotta kill you instead. Can't just let a curse do as they please.
No talking during the movie.
Huh? First technique laps. Womp womp.
Careful. I could have died, but that much won't matter to you soon.
Don't worry. I'm Satoru Gojo. the strongest.
Confident, strong, and idiotic. We'll be sure to write it on your tombstone.
So, like, this is the matchup of, like, two characters whose fans most don't understand what they're all about, right? Like, that's the two characters with the worst fan base, with the dumbest of asses who don't understand the media that they consume.
I hope we don't kill you too quickly.
That's a place you could take it for sure.
So weak.
Bang.
This is not in, like, reaction to the video at all. I'm just being mean.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
Granted, you say that, I do have thoughts.
Be a good boy and play dead.
Should I bark too? I'm getting really tired of your pets. Domain expansion. Unlimited void. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one.
So
yeah, I figured that was one of the ways they could take it. Of there is too much infinity between you and someone close enough to die for you, so you lose, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, pretty much. It's like their argument was that I forget what the name of that technique is, but it like deletes enough of your person that it would kill Makima.
And like there could even be an argument to be made that, like, not to get too much into it, but what's established in Chainsaw Man is like the hole in Makima's protection is being made like YouTube censorship avoidance made unalive. Like, killed in a way that is not intentionally, meaningfully being killed. And I think there's an argument to be made that, like, being unmade in a space completely divorced from where your protection exists could arguably, like, fall under that umbrella. Like, I wouldn't have too many complaints about this if I cared about Gojo or Makima particularly much, which I don't, but, like, I could see it.
Yeah, so the big sticking point with this episode for me, and what drags it down a lot, Makima is kind of wildly out of character.
Yeah, no, for sure. This kind of... I was gonna eventually meander to that. I was just, like, kind of thinking about the ending the whole time. But yeah, this is just, like, not Makima. It is just, like, another character with her power set.
Makima will snark occasionally because she thinks it's what a cool action movie character would do, and Makima's really big in the movies, but she wouldn't snark to the degree she does in this episode, and she would definitely not laugh like a fucking generic evil supervillain.
Yeah, kind of a big part of her character is that, like, all of it from top to bottom is, like, a manufactured personality. Like, all of it is very intentional, kind of at all times.
She is also very unnaturally calm a lot of times.
Exactly. Like, it's kind of a very low-hanging on the nose, like she's the control devil. All of her interactions and the way she engages with other characters in her work is to be in control of them at all times, because that's just kind of the bit. So it's really weird to just see her not be like that even a little.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a shame too, because this was actually an episode I was really looking forward to when it was announced. And I thought, in particular, when I was discussing this episode before release, I thought this episode in particular could have some of the most interesting dialogue of recent fights. And I definitely didn't get that.
Nope. And like, I do think I can see the rationale for why the person who won did. And like, very rarely does it like matter. I think, you know what I mentioned, like, these are two characters where the fan bases of both of them just like fundamentally misunderstand the point.
Mm-hmm.
Like for Makima, it's pretty easy. Like, she's awful. And it's like, everything she does is terrible. And she's like grooming Denji in a really gross way. And he just like doesn't have the faculties to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people who are Makima fans just look at it as like, wow, you're right, Denji, she is hot. And it's like, shit, man. But the thing about Gojo, I think the way people misread Gojo is like a little different. And also it's not necessarily their fault, because I don't even know if this is the correct reading, but it's kind of the vibe I've always gotten with him, is like, his whole point is that he is on paper the strongest, and then he loses every on-panel fight he has the entire manga. Like, that's just like kind of the point.
I mean, he's stuck in a cube for like 70% of it.
Yeah, this character is established to be the strongest, but he never wins. And that's kind of like part of his character. And so I think it's a little disappointing that he also didn't never win here. I don't think Gojo is a terribly interesting character. I think that one interesting thing about him is that that's his spot in the story. Of like, in Jujutsu Kaisen, power scaling is off the charts. And what Gojo represents to the story is that shit doesn't matter. Like, it's not about having the biggest number, because there is a guy with the biggest number, and he never fucking wins. And like, that's kind of, I think, his role in the story. And I think this would have been more interesting, even if maybe it wouldn't have been correct with the scaling. I think it would have been a more interesting through line. But that is not a fair criticism at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me waxing a little bit.
Also,
I think, like, number weighing, they're probably right.
Black Tech Attack. So this is a style of sprites that have been happening a bit recently. The reason for it, and the reason why they look like they do, it looks very similar to the style of Giorno versus Joker. Is the reason why they're all sort of like long, is that's how it's easier for them to work the puppetry animation that is the animation style for the sprite fights. So when they do custom sprites, they are more slightly longer and more normal human proportion than like other fights. I'm not personally a big fan of how they look. But it is what it is, and I understand why they do it.
Yeah, it's whatever.
That being said, yeah, this Makima being out of character makes this episode so rough for me.
Yeah, no, I think this is the only like C or below so far.
I
think it just hits that hard line for me. Same of, you can't just like fundamentally misunderstand one of the characters and still have it be good.
Yeah. Speaking of people who fundamentally misunderstand characters.
Yeah, I was gonna make that fucking joke. I was thinking a bit earlier, like, oh, she should have been against Rick. But, like, then it's like, no, Gojo fans also just kind of don't get him either. Fuck, this is dire. God, what an annoying death battle. It's so annoying that this exists. I'm annoyed looking at both of these guys.
The comment section for this episode is actually pretty fine. Like, I mean, it's a YouTube comment section, so it's not good. But anyway, do you have any opinions on who wins this?
Both of these characters get up to super science bullshit that is, like, just truly unreasonable. So, having not seen most of both of these, it's hard to guess. One of them probably has done, like, a thing that is just so far beyond what the rules of the other show allow that they're just going to win on the spot in the end. So I can't really guess. My guess is that this is going to be insufferable in at least some way. That's my guess.
Well, we'll see.
There's gonna be a Pickle Rick joke and I'm gonna fucking die.
Shut the fuck up, Morty! I knew Time Lords were suicidal morons, but I didn't know they never invented rearview mirrors!
Are you sick? You're the one who hit me. Oh, go on, I'm busy.
Son of a bitch, he's ignoring me?
I will allow the joke of they found the one white guy voice actor who can't do a Rick Sanchez impression.
No! Oh, what did they do to you? Right, fine. Queensbury rules? A bit of Venusian karate?
Doctor impression is actually really on point, though.
Joke on the ground next to your teeth.
On guard. Oh, this place looks fun. Do they have a little shop? I like little shops. Well, blink as much as you can. They're scared of rapid movement. Oh.
Motherfucker.
Huh? What?
My balls, sucker.
Oh, you brilliant old girl. Switching rooms around. Fantastic.
It's fun to be the class clown till you get shot. Now hurry up. I got a grandson waiting on me. He won't die an idiot like you.
I know your type. The
Oh, that was some pretty bad Rickolas. That was dire.
The voice, yeah.
There's one thing you never.
The voice acting for Rick in particular is pretty rough.
I'm the doctor, and I don't want to go. impressive craft, Morty. You built it yourself?
I guess so.
Then you've got a bright future ahead. Don't be a cynic.
Morty, if you forget me, I'll haunt your ass.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh yeah.
This was okay. It wasn't as dire as I thought it was gonna be.
No.
That being said, despite not being like super invested into either of these, I feel like everyone was super out of character in this one too.
Oh
like,
no, actually. No, that's the exact opposite.
Because, like, from what I understand about Rick and Morty, one of Rick's big deals is that, like, he's kind of a fundamentally lazy person. Unless he has, like, a huge axe to grind and takes, like, the path of least resistance at all times. Because he's, like, cynical and depressed and doesn't put value into anything. So it's, like, hard to believe he would actively chase after the Doctor. In a situation where he could just, like, have the guy he doesn't like leave and then complain about him.
No, yeah, as Chad is saying, no, if Rick believes he's being, like, ignored and looked down upon, he totally would chase down the Doctor.
Alright, sure, I'll chalk it down to me just not understanding these two characters that well.
The kind of the big thing with the Doctor in this episode in particular is, because I can say this with extreme confidence because Sonia is an extremely big Doctor Who fan. So I'm getting this opinion from her. The Doctor was extremely done justice in this episode. The big thing that you'll notice is the Doctor is a sort of pacifist in that he will, kill someone if he believes it's necessary, but he will not resort to violence as a first resort.
Yeah, I guess for the most part he didn't really. Because that was, like, the big thing I was thinking was that, like, why would Doctor Who be in a death battle at all? But, like, thinking of just about the progression of it, he really didn't actually do any fighting for the most part. He kind of just, like, tried to avoid the situation until he strictly couldn't. So I guess that does track.
Yeah, he's always reacting to what Rick does, and he's never the actual aggressor. You also see it, during this portion, where you see him actively hesitating about getting the DMAT.
Yeah. That I liked that a lot.
It is a very good understanding of what makes the Doctor such a fun character. And such a quality character that he's survived, that he's been in fucking pop culture for, 60 fucking years at this point?
Yeah. And I think I'm willing to cop to I just fundamentally misunderstood Rick as a character because, like, I haven't watched a lot of Rick and Morty, and most of the media I've consumed about it paints it really bad. Like, it makes it look pretty bad.
The, first 2 seasons of Rick and Morty, from what I understand, are pretty good. And then...
Yeah, I think I watched, I watched a decent amount of the first season.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about it.
But, yeah, it is an episode whose writing, the best way I can describe this episode is, its writing would probably be one of the best, if not the best, of the season, if it didn't have a shit ton of stiff competition.
Yeah, I feel like I can't give this one a fair assessment, because obviously I just don't understand the characters well enough. In fact, I fundamentally misunderstand these characters, so I feel like I can't really get... my assessment is not going to be fair, no matter what.
That is fair.
That being said, I mean, stepping out of myself and pretending it's a world where I do understand these characters and I agree with everything that everyone is saying in that they were very in character, then I think it would be like the bottom of A.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also will say with like Rick in particular, they also the episode also understands that like for as rude and an asshole as he is, he does care about Morty. Like, he does give a shit about his grandson. But, specifically when he's talking about, like, calling the doctor an idiot and that Morty won't end up in the same way and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just don't want to get, like... I'm holding myself to the same standard of if I just, like, do not understand this, I don't feel like it's really fair for me to get too much in the analysis.
That
like,
is totally fair.
Like
yeah.
I said, if you don't understand the things, if you don't really understand the power scaling, you probably shouldn't be doing it. And like, when I just don't know about a character, I'm more fine with it. But when I'm clearly just very wrong, I don't want to give too many hot takes.
That is totally fair. And we have, since we've done, obviously, Goku versus Superman, Galactus versus Unicron.
Large
men. We started... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, no, we started this season with small men. We are ending this season with large men.
Really makes you think.
It's really... What's extra funny is that they had Silver Surfer and Megatron in the same season as these two. I don't think it was intentional, but it's funny. Yeah, what do you know about these two?
Galactus is like a cosmic force, and Unicron is like a big robot.
So Unicron actually is a very cosmic force in sort of the similar way that Galactus is, in that Unicron is literally the embodiment of evil.
Oh, okay. I don't know that much about Unicron. I know that like Galactus is not just large man. He is like capital L. He's capital H huge man. He is like the hugest man, the embodiment of huge man on such a scale that it makes lesser man fundamentally meaningless. Like, that's kind of the character that Galactus is.
From my understanding, he actually does have a few really interesting comic book runs, but I've personally never read them. But yeah, so to give a bit of context, this was an episode that was like kind of long in the making. Not in like the physical sense in that they spent years working on this episode, but a long time ago, Ben said that Galactus versus Unicron was an episode they wanted to do.
So this is one the fans of the characters have been waiting for forever.
For a long ass time, yes. To such an extent that when the Tournament of Champions happened, people would react to matchups submitted showing, you know, their interest. This was like, on that metric, this is the most wanted Death Battle episode.
They're interested in this.
They are interested in this. And, I guess you'll see if it lives up to the hype.
As all things must, your world has come to an end. Halt.
Oh yeah, Unicron also eats planets, if that wasn't clear.
Yeah. That's basically what I know about Unicron, is that he's a robot larger than the average robot on the planet.
Chaos Bringer. Madness. So
Damn.
Quick to beg for Oblivion's embrace.
I am Oblivion.
Be gone. I am the power cosmic incarnate, not so easily felled.
This is like the biggest, meatiest men slapping meat video for sure.
No devourer transforming. Beg not for mercy, behold blackening sky. Against mine chaos, even gods will die.
Oh, Unicron is an even bigger meteor man than ever before.
Galactus meets your challenge.
Oh, but so is Galactus. He is also a large man. Time to punch!
I am destruction, pure finality, in first and last, true immortality.
Wow, this guy rhymes just like Val in Wonderworld.
I have no patience left. Return thy dreams into the void where none may hear your screams. You know not the power which you command.
Of course I do. Your death I thus demand. Finally, I have won.
I've seen your power, bringer of chaos. Yet by my vigor thou hast much need. Witness the last fate that awaits you.
Ah, you thought you were a big meaty man, Unicron. But I, Galactus, am an even bigger meteor man. I am the meatiest man. You lose.
Yeah, you basically summed up my problem with this matchup.
I see you are a powerful god, but I am a bigger meteor god. Oh, you think so? But I am the biggest. Oh, you think so?
It really is just two cosmic characters doing big cosmic shit over and over again. That's really it. Which, like, again, I haven't read any, like, comics with Galactus in it, so as far as I know, that's probably just how he fights.
This is the same fucking episode as the Ant-Man one. It's actually exactly the same. There are no differences. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. But
you summon a larger and larger man, which will allow me later on to summon an even larger man.
This is the top of B tier. It is the coolest of all of the. These are two guys punching. Man, I called it a banger, and now it's third from last. It turns out this season was just crazy.
It is genuinely just a wildly quality season.
Besides, like, the one where they just fucked up really bad, like, the worst episode in this season is better than average from every season before it.
Yeah.
And, like, I think it has some of the best death battles that there are.
Yeah, no,
Like,
100%. Do I have where?
Really good season. Really good season. Yeah,
no.
summon larger and larger, man.
Yeah, for context, like this is the current Kickstarter season. And like Ghost Rider versus Spawn, which that's a
I dragged that one down.
Everyone dragged that down.
I was a hater.
That this one was just kind of just a matter of taste. Bardock versus Omni-Man is just the flying brick fight.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of boring. It's funny because, like, out of all of these, the only one that's actually higher than where I would put it, like, is probably Joker versus Giorno.
Yeah, after watching more of them, I think I would have put it lower, honestly. Like, with my current sensibilities.
I think that's totally fair.
I think it's one of the first ones I watched, and it had a JoJo's character in it. And that just, like, gave it so many legs up.
But yeah, Joker versus Giorno is, like, it's a fine fight. It's just, it doesn't hit the same highs that, like, a lot of other episodes that I really like to. But yeah, thank you for joining me, Matt. Though, so I'm gonna be totally honest. For stream, I think I'm just gonna watch Simone versus Kyle. You can leave if you want to stay completely spoiled for Saturday.
I'm gonna dip just so I'm on the same playing field as everyone else on Seth Saddle Saturday, Saddle Seth.
That is totally fair.
Thanks for having me on for this. I always enjoy this. I always have a really good time.
Yeah, I told you off stream, I really enjoy the one-on-one sessions I get to do with you and Sonia when they happen.
It's very fun. All right, enjoy watching that one. See ya in the funny papers.
I will see you Saturday. Okay, he's yeah, if you want to see it fresh Saturday, that's totally fine. This is an episode I really like, and I want to talk about it with people, and I don't want to fucking wait until Saturday. It's kind of just the long and short of it. I think I will actually bring this up in incognito browser, real quick. Just because, whoops. I need to find it. Also, yeah, fun fact, they have a website now, which is mostly just a glorified Patreon, but...
So check out deathbattle.gg live right now.
All right, the combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
It's time for a death battle!
Yeah, of course we're gonna save the analysis portion. Wait for the ad to finish. Okay, beautiful.
All right, I'm not rusty at all.
Hey, dude. Green Lantern Officer Kyle Rayner here. Brink says you've got a Class A galactic super weapon, whatever that is. I'm thinking it's the giant mech. Why don't you hand it over?
Gurren Lagann's mine, officer. Just who the hell do you think you are? I'm told I'm bad with authority.
Tell me about it. 4!
That's nothing! My drill will pierce
impossible.
See the invisible.
Touch the untouchable.
Break the unbreakable.
If you ain't know,
now you know. I'm Simone the Digger. If there's a wall in my way, I'll smash it down!
Stop fighting. Think about your fear of death, your love of your friends, your compassion for me, your hope for the future. Choose life.
have faith in the Simone that believes in you.
Super Tekken Topa Gurren Lagann! My drill is the drill that will transcend the heavens! Giga Drill Break!
The super weapon wasn't your mech.
It was me.
Then, Simone, I'm taking you in brightest day, in blackest night. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern flight!
Let's see you grit those teeth!
You'd make a good lantern.
Simone of Earth, you have been chosen.
Just who the hell do you think I am?
I fucking adore this episode so much. Like, as someone who's into both Gurren Lagann and Kyle Rayner, this episode hit the check marks for this matchup in every way and more. Like, the fist fight, the fist fight at the end, I mean, it is a reference to Gurren Lagann, but it's still just so cool. The fact that, like, let me see if I can't find a good shot. The fact that all of Kyle's constructs have comic book dithering on them is such a fucking cool attention to detail. Because he's a comic book artist. And he's also a huge fucking nerd.
Who do you think you are?
He summons Balrog from Street Fighter. He summons Shenron from Dragon Ball. That's the Poltergust from Luigi's Mansion. The horns are Barabos, I think his name, from Monster Hunter. Like, there's so much shit that is done for Kyle in particular. Like, I'm talking about Kyle a lot because Kyle is sort of he's definitely less known than Simone is, for obvious reasons. And obviously this episode is pretty Simone forward. But Kyle was done so much justice in this episode. And the fucking, where is it? First off, this moment where fucking he uses the life equation and uses the spectrums of Gurren Lagann, or Lantern emotions to try and get Simone to end the fight is incredible.
Have faith in the Simone that believes in you.
Giga Drill Break!
Also, the fact that they're both extremely into this fight. Like, you see Kyle getting excited here, and Simone saying that's so cool when Kyle summons a construct of Superman. And making a drill with all the fucking colors of the lantern spectrum? Fuck! I don't think he wanted to die, but he's certainly not unhappy with dying this way. But yeah, literally the only complaint I have about this episode is that you can tell when guest animators that were not have different art styles were on the we're working on it. Mostly with Kyle, like when Kyle absorbs the life equation and when he's flying through space with Gurren Lagann. But fuck, man. If that's my only complaint, like, fuck. There's a reason why this episode has hit not only just my top 20, but my top 5 at this point. I could talk about this episode a lot. I probably will Saturday. If other people don't like it, I will have depression. That being said, I'm gonna raid y'all over to Emrys. I don't have a... Oh my fucking god. He has... He has one of the Claire Obscure characters in their fucking underwear again. The raid message is "God damn it, Emrys," for the record. There you go, that's the raid message.